Welcome. Bienvenue. Hola. Huanyang. Huanying. Welcome to our um, second, Maxine Green's second conference internationally. My name is Holly Fairbank, and I am the executive director of the Maxine Green Institute. I, along with three of my colleagues, Ruth Zealand, Terry Quintanilla, and Jane O'Hanlon, will be co-hosting this event. We are thrilled that you have chosen to join us in dedication to the work of Dr. Maxine Green. Our title, Maxine Green's Wide Awakeness, a global forum on poetic and social imagination, seeks to explore through panel discussions, experiential workshops, and responses to her writings, a deeper understanding of her philosophic foundations and meanings that she conveyed through her prose and her poetic language. As we set about together planning this conference, we wanted to include full partnership with two of our international communities that have worked very closely with the Maxine Green Institute in recent years and have cultivated thriving green conversations in their own countries, Mexico and Ireland. As we considered what questions to focus on, we chose the following to guide us. How do Maxine Green's ideas translate across languages and cultures? How does poetic and social imagination inform each other? Why is aesthetic education essential to educational communities globally? For multiple perspectives, vantage points, and through various languages, we hope today to uncover new resonance, and new possibilities in the ways she would have encouraged us to, through conversation, dialogue, experiencing artworks, and striving to see things as if they could be otherwise. Ruth, you muted?
Did. Hi, everybody. Welcome to the conference, and a special shout out to Tere, who is from Mexico, and she is going to join us very soon, as well as Jane from Ireland. And the four of us will be your co-hosts today. Just a few logistical issues. You are going to put comments in the chat and the Q&A, which David will talk about in a little bit. And just a reminder, because this is a full day conference, to look away every 20 minutes or so you don't get eye fatigue and focus fatigue. Feel free to go and come. We understand it's a long day with only 2 breaks and no lunch as to speak. So get snacks when you can and take short breaks. If you wish to be anonymous, please remove your name and even not show your face, even though we would love to see everybody. And then rather than raise your hand, which we could offer also as an option, just simply write in the chat or in the Q&A. So I'm going to pass it over to David Kraft, who's our producer and our Zoom support. David, some more tips, please.
Sure. Yeah, we're looking forward to enjoying our time together today, but I'm mostly here to help Zoom run properly and make sure we can hear and see everybody and enjoy our time together. So I'll be helping with a few things. If somebody forgets that their microphone is turned on, I might turn it off for you, but it's not because we don't want to hear from you. We just want to hear from you at the right time. We are going to have some live interaction Q&A sections where you can raise your hands and have questions directly to our panelists. But in the meantime, we don't want you to forget any important questions. So we've activated the Q&A box. It's not the chat box, which you can also use to say hi to each other, but it's a Q&A box. You can find that either in your bottom Zoom control bar, or it might be over in the menu on the right that says more. You can open Q&A, post your question while you're thinking of it. We might either write a written response there, or it might be the right kind of question to answer live when we get to our Q&A sections. And we do have a couple of Q&A sections throughout the day today. So if there's any other specific Zoom needs, feel free to reach out to me in the chat box. And I think we're pretty good as far as Zoom goes. And so we'll hand it back over to Ruth.
Yes, thank you. And I'm actually going to hand it over to Holly, who can start us on our way today.
Go ahead and get your mic on, Holly, when you're ready to roll.
Back and forth. So let's get started with a video of Maxine herself speaking in 1998 at the Museum of Education. This clip is available on YouTube, and it's entitled Maxine Greene, 1998, Imagination. We'll just use the first 4 minutes. David, there we go.
Talking about imagination, I can talk about poetic imagination, I can talk about visual imagination, and I can talk about social imagination. And one of the, this is just again an account of very private experience. I take the same bus to Teachers College almost every day of my life, or I did, to such an extent that I almost never saw anything, although I never saw Central Park, I never saw the children playing, I never saw the slum. You become dead to the world because it loses itself in habit and familiarity. And for a long time, well, still, there are empty houses north of Central Park North toward Harlem. And I was looking at the windows, and they looked like empty eye sockets to me. They looked like, because they're empty, and they're tragic in their emptiness. And I started again playing with metaphors and thinking how the very look of the window and moving in the space of my own consciousness to thinking of other windows, to thinking of painters like Romare Bearden, to think of painters like Ben Shahn, who painted the city, added not only to my noticing, but added in some way to my outrage that there should be empty windows like that, that there should be homeless people like that. I want to believe that that more and more people can be made capable of indignation through engagement with novels, with paintings, and so on. I want, as I think so many of us do, to awaken people not only to see, not only to feel, but to hold somebody's hand and to act. And that's why I talk about and try to talk about social imagination. Last year we had a conference at Teachers College, and I don't know if you ever heard of Paulo Freire, but Paulo Freire had died recently, and I knew him sort of, and so we had half of the conference sort of dedicated to Paulo Freire. And I remember Paulo Freire's great interest in art, great interest in the imagination, saying that if peasants do not have a notion of a lovelier world, they're never moved to try to transform the world that there is. It's a very, Sartre, the great existentialist, says something similar. He talks about workers in the 19th century French factory, how resigned they were to working God knows how many hours a week, until somebody like a trade union person comes to the door and begins talking about a better way of life. And it's only when you think of a better way of life do you find what exists unendurable. And that's the use of imagination. It's the, I guess you would say, it's the utopian thrust of imagination.
Thank you, Maxine. That gets us started. And with no further ado, I want to introduce Michelle Fine, our keynote for today. Michelle is the Distinguished Professor of Critical Psychology, Women's Studies, Social Welfare, and American Studies, and Urban Education at the Graduate Center, CUNY. She's also the founding faculty member of the Public Science Project, a university community research space designed in collaboration with movements for racial and educational justice. She's also a recognized professor extraordinarius at University of South Africa. Let me introduce our keynote and colleague, Michelle Fine.
Thank you, Holly. Thank you, Teray. Thank you, David. I apologize for that disruption. It's not a habit. It's shocking to me. And thank you, Ruth. And thank you, Carol Schultz, who holds my hands through all things Maxine. And I think what I want to do is invite David to lift up the PowerPoint. We'll skip through, but David, if you could help me, that would be enormously appreciated. Today, I was a student of Maxine's. I was a friend of Maxine's. Maxine and I spent time in a women's prison in New York State. We spent time in her living room, usually around a very warm, delicious smelling chicken. And while she was at Teachers College, I sat at her feet. And then later in her years, many of us would sit in her salons in her living room on Fifth Avenue. And so Maxine considered this a transnational salon with us sitting at your feet, but I don't smell the chicken. David, can we move to, let me just say, my talk is called Aesthetic Awakenings, the Forever Gifts of Maxine. And I like to think of Maxine's gifts as the waterfall behind us. David, we'll go to the next, thanks. David, am I frozen or is David frozen? Anybody help me?
David, for me.
Thanks. So we often ask with Maxine, by Maxine, what does it mean to be a light in dark times? Regardless of whether you're in the United States or Turkey or Canada or Greece or Israel, Palestine, or wherever you are in the world, these are hard times. And we turn to Maxine to help us imagine what else is possible. And we refer to her talk from almost a quarter century ago when she said, we must provoke shocks of awareness so that we may think of things as they could be otherwise. Apologies. David, go ahead. And so we need you today, Maxine, and with her words, your words sketched on my heart, I want to speak today about the obligation of scholars, artists, teachers, activists in times of what many of us are calling polycrises. In the best of times, we know someone for how they lived and how they died and what they leave behind. And so for 8 minutes, I'm going to do a love letter to Maxine and my relationship to her. And then the last 10 minutes, I'll talk about the watermarks of Maxine on my soul and the soul of people I work with in the US and South Africa. David, please. Thank you. So in 2014, Maxine was quite ill. She was at Lenox Hill Hospital. She lay in bed. Carol was around the bed, myself, her daughter-in-law, maybe some other people. And there was an amazing moment, if you've ever had the privilege of standing and holding the hands of someone who is transitioning, there was an amazing moment where Maxine said, oh, look, there's Linda. Linda was her daughter, long deceased. And Carol and I looked to the door and did not see Linda, but we both said something like, where? And then she said, there in the doorway. And instead of refusing the imagination, we engaged it. And then Maxine sat right up and said, oh, wait, let's sing Solidarity Forever. And so we did. We filled the halls of Lenox Hill Hospital with the song Solidarity Forever. And in some ways, that story captures Maxine's imagination and commitments and passion and her desire to use arts to provoke the collective imagination. David, please. So I spent a lot of time thinking and reading scholars who have written in times of fascism and about crises. How do we engage? And I won't review all of these, although I encourage you to return to them, whether it's Gramsci or Arendt or James Baldwin or Arundhati Roy. There are many scholars who have helped us make sense of the current moment that we are in. And yet Maxine is one of the few who asks us not just to notice, not just to analyze, but to act, to engage, as she did in the little video we just watched. How do we hold someone's hand? And she asked us to engage through the arts in encounter. David, please. I'm going to move on, David, go ahead, but I encourage you to read this. Go ahead, David. So there are many times I fell in love with Maxine. She was at my dissertation. I would sit next to her at AERA when she would give talks to hundreds of people, and then she turned to me, put on her red lipstick and say, "Was that okay?" It was always okay. I brought my mother to see her. My mother was the youngest of 18. Brilliant, but not beautifully educated. And my mother said to Maxine, "Oh my God, that was so good. I could never do that." And Maxine, of course, said, "But I bet you do things that I could never do." And my mother went on to talk about her veal recipes. And Maxine was so gracious and so inviting. And then in Gloria Steinem's living room, I was sitting next to Maxine, and there was a beautiful circle of amazing people. And at one point, Maxine whispered to me, for those of you who remember her, in a very loud whisper, and she said, "Do you remember that Gloria Steinem slept with Henry Kissinger?" And I was like, shh. And then she said, "Did you ever do that?" So then I escorted her out of the room. And then when I took her to Bedford Hills to the prison, because I was teaching a graduate course to women in prison. And of course, Maxine taught the book, the essay, "I Stand Here Ironing" by Tilly Olson, about what it means to lose your children, and talked about herself losing her child and the women in prison losing their children. And in Tilly Olson's story, the woman losing her children to Child Protective Services, and then again at Lenox Hills. And when I was with Maxine, we were always surrounded by third objects: a book, a painting, a chicken, Dancing with the Stars, the salons, and those objects enabled us to engage with each other, both with distance and with intimacy. David, please go on. And so as one of her many academic daughters, I want to speak about our work to help finish the tasks that Maxine initiated. And so Maxine's work for me as a critical psychologist and an educator, not as an artist. What Maxine's work speaks to me is the refusal of erasure and the obligation to provoke what she called aesthetic awakenings. And she contrasted those to anesthetic numbing. She worried that our schools, that our culture, that our commitments to censorship were dedicated to anesthesia. And she invited us instead to produce works that would provoke a sense of what else is possible. She asked us to challenge dominant lies, to recover historic memories, to support movements for justice, to make visible our intimate entanglements. When she says, hold hands with someone who's unhoused, how many of us would dare do that today? She asked us to refuse to turn away. She also asked us to recognize the dark. I remember later in her life, she turned to me and said, you know, Michelle, the social imagination is beautiful, but there's an evil imagination. That was right after 9/11. And I'm a little bit glad she's not witnessing the evil imaginations we're all witnessing every morning on our cell phones. And she asked us to feed solidarities. Next one. So here are the watermarks on my work, our work collectively. Go ahead, David. Maxine's work has rooted us as community-based social researchers in an ethical posture that forces me, my students, my colleagues, folks who work at public science, the first question we ask is, to whom is our work accountable? I have my students, my colleagues, my partners around the world, we write letters. Who lives in our heart and to whom are we accountable? Because Maxine told us when freedom is the question, it is always time to begin. Go ahead, David. And so I've done a whole range of projects, some of which Maxine was a part of. In the early 2000s, we did a massive study by young people of the unfinished impact of desegregation around the country. And our final work was a performance of that data. It was on the 50th anniversary of Brown versus Board of Education. For those of you in other countries, that was a landmark Supreme Court decision insisting that schools be racially educated. I've actually worked with folks in Ireland around your struggles for integration. But our final enactment was young people performing the data we had gathered, the stories, the statistics, in front of an array of elders, with dancers, with spoken word artists, to an audience of 800 on the 50th anniversary of Brown versus Board of Education, because we wanted to provoke with data and with the arts a sense of what has been accomplished and what is yet to be done. When we worked in the prison, Maxine joined us. We did a research project on the impact of college on the women and their children. And we produced a gorgeous report that's been presented and performed around the country. And Maxine was at the heart of that. More recently, we did a national youth-led study of queer youth called What's Your Issue?, where young people around the country created questions and then answered questions. And there have been performances of the stories all over the country. That's the Maxine watermark on my body. That is now a national and transnational commitment to never do research without an anesthetic provocation at its end. This is not a time to be writing research only for academic audiences. We must ask, to whom are we accountable, whose knowledge matters, and can we bring light to the dark? David, please. So in the middle of this amazing survey of young people, young queer people, 6,000 young people responded. And in the middle of this, in a Maxine Green moment, the young people decided we would ask, if you could make a banner, what would it say? And it was just so Maxine, and you can see here, I won't ask you to participate, but they're hilarious. It's a survey about health and education and betrayal and policing and suicide and activism and art, and where do you find community and what's your proudest moment? So we have 6,000 banners. And there are things like, just because I'm a man with a vagina doesn't mean I can't be proud. Or I was born gay, were you born an asshole? Or recovering Catholic Republican, now queer and homeless, and they'll know we're Christians by our love. So now all over the country, we return the data to their communities, and young people are performing these as a way to provoke a conversation, not convince, not demand, not even persuade, but to open questions that are getting sealed shut. Go ahead, David. So I want to, in my remaining 6 minutes, I want to talk about 4 circuits of what I would call aesthetic provocation. And again, you see me piggybacking on Maxine's language. So one is to invite people to see things otherwise, to engage counter stories, as we did in the prison, inviting folks to see women who have made terrible mistakes as full, complicated humans who made choices in terrible circumstances and carry responsibility, remorse, and a commitment to transformation. A second is to make visible what is beneath the canvas, kind of borrowing from Lillian Hellman's notion of pentimento, what's happening under the story that we see. As Maxine invited us, what's happening in those empty buildings? What could flow through those windows? The third is to incite a deep awareness and an impatient sense of urgency. And the fourth is to curate encounters where we might find ourselves and each other entwined. And again, I teach in a research program. My students understand this as their obligation to produce research that invites people to see things otherwise, to make visible the history, the structures, the lives, to incite a deep awareness and refuse anesthesia, and to curate encounters where we might find each other. Go ahead, David. Go ahead. Next. So I draw from Maxine when she said, I just love the upsurges of unexpected encounters, aesthetic awakenings. I fear, living in a world dragged by boredom, by anesthetic numbing. And as I work with teachers, principals, students in Florida on Zoom, where they're not allowed to say gay or equity or Black or community, I fear that people are being numbed with a kind of anesthesia. And yet I have to say to you, Maxine, and to all of you, because I do all this work, I'm so encouraged that you cannot destroy the desire to be free, to be engaged, and to search for a better life. We see protests in Iran, we see protests here because people dare to dream that the world could be otherwise. As much as we are experiencing state violence, people yearn for something else. And so, Maxine, you can rest in peace that anesthetic numbing is never fully successful. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. So I want to say that even before Maxine, W.E.B. Du Bois understood the relationship between aesthetics and data. W.E.B. Du Bois was gathering data about Black Americans, African Americans in the late 1800s, early 1900s. He produced this book. I encourage you to get it. It's called Visualizing Black American. He presented it at the World's Fair in Paris on the American Negro, 1900. He also developed a pageantry genre to perform the data that he was gathering as a sociologist about Black life, because he wanted to speak to audiences that were denied literacy. And so he understood the power of aesthetics. And in some ways, Maxine was also working in his legacy. Move on, please, David. I'll take you to the Bronx. So from Paris to the Bronx. In the Bronx, a group of mothers 10, 15 years ago came to us and said, our children are being brutalized by the police. These were 3 women, Fawn, Jackie, and Tiffany. They lived on the 7th, the 2nd, and the 4th floor of their public housing. They were doing research long before they found us. They were taking pictures of their sons being picked up and beaten up by police. And they said, could you help us do a piece of research in the community, with the community, by the community? And so we did critical participatory research. This is our research team. We took the data we gathered, quantitative, qualitative. We made t-shirts of the data. I have a little child's t-shirt in my office that says, why do I always fit the description? It's very sobering. And then we gave those t-shirts out in the community. Next slide, please. Holly, I'm almost done. We made a map of New York City that you can click on it, and it shows 90% of the stops, the aggressive stops in mostly Black poor neighborhoods, are innocent, that people have done nothing. They don't give them a ticket, they don't arrest them, but we documented visually and aesthetically the Black and blue marks left on communities by aggressive policing. Go ahead, David. David, go ahead. We made t-shirts. We went to court with the data. We went to the streets with the data. We went to APA. We performed it. We have science fairs in the community with the data. Go ahead, David. Keep going. Go ahead. I just, back, sorry. I just returned from Athens, Greece, where there was another dripping of Maxine, or a Maxine sighting. This was an Erasmus grant by scholars and activists from Bulgaria, France, and Greece, who have collected, this is an ebook online, you can find it. It's called Voices of Displacement. They've done gorgeous oral histories of refugees and asylum seekers who landed on the Isle of Lesbos. And then they brought in musicians to stitch the home country music with the oral histories. It's an open access book, and I was honored to do the keynote and to write the foreword. Go ahead, David. Go ahead, David. Go ahead, David. My former student, Puleng Sakalo, who's the Chief Alberti Luthal Research Chair at University of South Africa, she collected stories of Black South African women during apartheid. She collected them as narratives. She looked at their stories in court, and then she worked with an embroidery collective for women to embroider the stories and send them around the world. And now there's a huge exhibit of these embroideries in Johannesburg. Go ahead, David. 2 more examples, and then I will close. My other student, Brittany Morera, has been working with a Black-led arts group in Bed-Stuy called Cool Culture. Their commitment is to bring arts from cradle to grave in Bed-Stuy. And so we trained a group of Head Start mothers to collect stories of where was art in Bed-Stuy. And we've got videos of janitors saying, that's my That's my graffiti on the Brooklyn Bridge. And my grandmother used to braid hair, and we used to have sewing circles. So we're documenting where art was and where people wanted to be in the midst of massive gentrification. I think there's one more, David. If another student, go ahead, one more. I have another student, Carlin Eakes, who's doing photography with survivors of intimate violence, where they get to decide how they want to represent themselves. And they're having an art gallery exhibit of these gorgeous images of complex lives, complex subjectivities, designed to invite audience members in the gallery to meet folks about whom they've heard so much, or maybe to relive their own stories with complexity and dignity. Go ahead, David. I think we're done. Yeah, so Maxine often said, I am not yet. And I think she would ask us, so who are we now? I thank you all for the joy of bringing Maxine to the room, to displaying her children and grandchildren, and to honoring the aesthetic awakenings that we all must be engaging now in tiny ways, in deep ways, with that uncle who says something funny and on billboards all over the world. Thank you. Thank you. I think we have time for questions and thoughts. And
We do. And that was terrific. So I'm going to gush a bit while people write in the Q&A, and then I can give you some of that. I don't see anything yet, as well as in the chat, if you would. This was
Wonderful.
awesome.
Wonderful.
Awesome, Michelle. And you have really challenged the status quo, and it's so rich that you shared with us your experiences with Maxine, but also what you've done nationally and internationally. And I think we have new quotations. We used to have, I am not yet. That was a big one of Maxine's, but certainly to ask, who are we now? But also some of yours, and I'll just read off some, just using that anesthetic numbing term. Your four circuits of aesthetic provocation and just the constant quotes. And I will type these up and if show them to you to see if we can share them with the participants. But this was a wonderful way to really set the tone for our conference. So I thank you for that.
thank you, Ruth.
So we've got some comments already in the chat. Hold on.
I love the comments, but I'm happy for questions or
Yeah.
sorry for the unintended provocation.
It wasn't you. It was a hack. It wasn't you.
So one of the questions that came up is, how do you, Michelle, remain hopeful in these dark times? How do you personally?
Oh, you know, I'm my set level is hopeful. I'm lucky that way. I wake up in the morning and I look at my phone like you all, and I am devastated. I am fortunately naive or privileged or whiteness or something. I didn't know so much evil could be on display, unleashed, unrelenting. I am the child of immigrants, Jews from Poland, who came at a time where, life was hard, but there's a wonderful book called When the Jews Became White, kind of that moment in US history where immigrants were kind of welcomed-ish, and there were a whole set of policy structures set in place. So when I see the Statue of Liberty, I still get teary. And then I realize it's so not the story of contemporary immigrants. I remain hopeful because I get to work with colleagues, with activists, and with students who are just in the work. I mean, at CUNY, we are very lucky, City University of New York. Like everybody's just, Holly's also at CUNY, and there are folks from Lehman. It's a complicated place. We have no erasers or chalk. We have no administrative assistants, but everybody's kind of in the struggle and trying to figure out how to engage. So we're putting together an open access volume on the obligation of social scientists in times of rising fascism. And again, I'm realizing there's just like rising fascism that we're not the only ones in this, right? Um, they're all over the world. And so we gathered 25 friends, scholars, activists last week for a retreat. And I was so taken that like everybody's in the work. Some people are preserving the oral histories of HIV, AIDS, ACT UP activists, of undocumented families. Others are creating sanctuary or maroon spaces in universities. Others are really engaged with aesthetics. And really, I consider that Maxine through me to my students. And now there's a whole world of critical psychologists engaging the arts. I'm at a faculty in an Indigenous Research Institute in Australia where community-based healing, arts, and research are like one word. And so I don't know, catch me at in the morning when I first look at my phone. I'm not so hopeful. A little bagel, a little ice cream, a little wine, and a lot of colleagues.
Michelle, I wanted to go back to some images that I meant to share after Maxine's videotape.
Sure.
And maybe, David, could you show the Romer Bearden painting? Or I can show it. David? Yeah, it's the Romer Bearden. This is one of the ones that she referred to in her video. And again, it's bringing the aesthetic and the social together. So when she sees the Romer Bearden, she's thought of on the bus going up to Teachers College in her commute every morning. This was one of the images that reminded her that other people are struggling to understand and make sense of the world and aesthetics and arts, in particular works of art. And the Ben Shahn, this was the other one that she referred to, the the Ben Shahn painting. I can show it if you don't have it.
Yeah, it's the next one, David.
Yeah, here it shows that it's up already.
This is
Yeah, go ahead and share it if you can.
It's not turned on somehow. Can I share? I don't seem to be able to.
Go ahead and try. Mine shows that it's sharing, so something's
Okay.
Hold on.
strange.
Maybe I can. I'll try.
Nope, it's not showing up. Not sharing.
Wait a minute. Hold on.
Here we go. There we go.
There, okay.
You got it?
This was the Ben Shahn that she was referring to, which is called Ohio Magic in 1945. This was a painter of a Jewish American painter that she was very fond of, that was very sensitive to social issues of the time. And these were the businessmen going to work, and that's where she kind of identified with being on the bus and looking up at these empty windows. So for her, works of art were constantly informing her and substantiating her own dimensions and directions she was interested. So I just wanted to bring that in because you brought in about how the arts, so importantly, the social and poetic flow together. Thank you, Michelle, so much. That was moving in so many ways in the comments. Thank you as well.
Let me just give you a couple of the comments. Michelle, how do you remain hopeful in these dark times? Which you certainly had address from Timothy. And Jane said that she really loves the love songs of W. E.B. Du Bois. as well as a comment about Hannah Arendt, who wrote about some of the things that you spoke about. Bernard wrote thanking you, how beautiful this was, and Lucy added, so inspiring and wonderful to see the work of the research. Thank you. And Rosie, very interesting projects. Thank you, thank you. Song Ho, thank you, Michelle. I'm glad you're reminded of the dark side of imagination, like evil imagination, and the shift our direction of imagination with ethical political commitment. Mary wrote, I think, of how Maxine Green tells us to have a wild patience, and this seems so important right now. And Janet Miller, Michelle, I needed to hear your unmistakable and gorgeous voice today. You help so much to support, encourage, and demand that we never forget Maxine's words. And Debbie Omaba, oh, Obama, sorry. Thank you so much. That was so moving. I think
Yeah, great.
it's unanimous. Thank you
Thank
so
you,
much.
Michelle. We're
So
ready to move on to the next
we're
panel.
so the next one, Terry
Yes.
Quintanilla is going to introduce her work as well as the work of others in her group, and we're going to hear all about EMASE in Mexico, and we're so fortunate to collaborate with you.
Well, thank you very much, Ruth, Holly, and all the ones that are joining us today. For me, it's really an emotional moment to be at this event and also moderating this panel. I'm going to try to do my best. My mind sometimes thinking in Spanish, so I will try to be as best as I can. So I just want to say first that Maxine Green is more relevant today than ever before. Her philosophy encourages us to actively question our reality. She invites us to be wide awake and recognize the small and significant details of everyday life in order to imagine new possible realities, and as a community make that is not what is not yet become. Maxine thinking transcends borders, languages, cultures, as evidenced by the many translations that David, can you put the slides of the covers, please? We will show you some covers of the books that have been translated into different languages and cultures. And yes, and if you just can run them, these are some of the covers of different translations in different countries, different languages, different cultures, and there are still some of them to be at this time being made. Maxine has to be, I think, read and study in all the different cultures in order to understand the world that we are living on. So I'm going to say I'm Tere Quintanilla. I'm Mexican. I'm a founder of the Mexican Institute of Art in Service to Education, that it's a nonprofit organization responsible of developing the aesthetic education program in Mexico. Aesthetic education is one of the main philosophical aspects of Maxine, so we are proud to be able to work in the way to do it in practice, not only reading it, but also experiencing with teachers and artists in Mexico. And also I'm proud that we are also promoting in the Spanish-speaking world. So if you want to know about a few words about EMASE or myself, or even also the panelists that I will be sharing this moment with, there is in the program that I think there is a link of the program. There are all our bios there, so you can read about us and get in touch with us. I had the the opportunity to meet our beloved Maxine through the development of aesthetic education in Mexico. The relationship I have had since 2001 with Lincoln Center Institute, now Lincoln Center Education, and now with the Maxine Green Institute, has given me and IMASE the opportunity to experience the applicability of aesthetic education. Since 2004, on 2004, I promoted the translation of Variations of the Blue Guitar, a book that we can consider the Bible of aesthetic education. And it is a great honor for me to moderate this conversation in which we are joined by the following translators. Is Marika, I hope I say it corrected, Chris Races from Canada. I'm sure it's not well spelled. So Marika will be with us, and also Sinjo Moon from Korea, Sinho Moon, excuse me, from Korea. And I want to say hello to them. I'm thrilled to share this space with you. And also there we are going to be sharing, but in a video way, with Sheiko from Japan. She is also part of the panel, and we will start with a presentation. She's not here, but due to scheduling conflicts. And after her presentation, we will come back and continue the conversation with Marika and Sinho. David, whenever you want. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I'm Shinko Kondo, Associate Professor at Bunkyo University. It's a great honor to be a part of this panel, and I'm so excited to reflect together on aesthetic education and social imagination across different cultural contexts and languages. I'm going to share my slide. I first read Maxine Green's Releasing the Imagination when I was a graduate student. My mentor, Jackie Wiggins, introduced it as a kind of Bible for music educators. At that time, I was struggling with a very practical question. How could a student, often treated as a passive learner with no voice in traditional music lesson, become active social agents who participate in their own learning? Maxine's response was not simply about improving teaching technique. It was fundamental. She suggests that education must begin by questioning what we take for granted. Today, we live in a very uncertain world, and it's still changing rapidly. Although Releasing the Imagination was written nearly 30 years ago, it still feels deeply relevant when we read it now. That sense of urgency is one reason why translating this book into Japanese matters now. The Japanese translation was published in March 2025 by Keiso Shobo. The project was supervised by Professor Masamichi Ueno, a leading scholar of John Dewey, and translated collaboratively by Keisuke Kirita, Yurie Sonobe, and myself. This was the first Japanese translation of a work of Maxine Green, opening her idea to a much wider community of educators and scholars in Japan. In addition to the main text, the volume includes a long translator's essay that consists of 3 sections – 56 pages, It offers readers greater clarity and depth. Its English version is available online. Altogether, the Japanese edition total 480 pages, making it not just a translation, but an accessible guide to Maxine Green's thought. One of the biggest challenges was helping Japanese readers understand the rich context behind Maxine's writing. If you have read her work, or if you ever knew her, you know that she constantly referred to other thinkers, Dewey, Sartre, Freire, Hannah Arendt, and Merleau-Ponty, and much, much more, as well as wider range of artists and artworks. Some are unfamiliar to Japanese readers, and sometimes even to us as translators. To address this, the Japanese edition includes extensive translator's notes. These notes are not meant as simple supplement, but as bridges, helping reader enter Maxine's intellectual world more fully. For example, the introduction alone contains 19 detailed notes, with similar level of annotation throughout the book. Looking more closely, Note 1 introduced Charlie Taylor and his major works. Note 3 explains the philosophical background of the concept of initiative, drawing on Hannah Arendt's thought. These examples show how detailed and reader-friendly the notes are. Another core challenge was Maxine's writing style. Her writing moved fluidly among philosophy, aesthetic experience, and social critique. It's intellectually dense, but intentionally open-ended. For example, I am ... not yet. We can translate in many ways, which also leave space for the reader's interpretation. At the same time, the Japanese language itself posed challenges. Japanese has 3 writing systems: kanji, hiragana, and katakana. Now, quick quiz. We translate the following expression: might be, あり得るかもしれない as if あったかも not yet 今だない Which writing system did we use? Number 1, kanji. Number 2, hiragana. Or number 3, katakana? The answer is number 2, hiragana. We chose hiragana to keep meaning open and still unfolding. The choice of script changes depend on context, nuance, and meanings. It's case by case. The word releasing poses a similar challenge. In Japanese, it's often translated as simple letting go. But for Maxine, it names an intentional educational process, one oriented toward openness and contingency. To convey this nuance, We chose Toki Hanatsu, written in hiragana rather than the kanji kaiho. Pronouns also require careful attention. In Japanese, there are many ways to say I, and each carries a different relational meaning. Choosing among them depends on who is speaking and how they are positioned. Whether Maxine speaks as a philosopher, poet, or teacher. For this reason, translation becomes an ethical practice. It required responsibility not only to language, but to voice, relationship, and meaning. One defining feature of this project was its collaborative nature. Rather than translating alone, we worked as a team. Meeting weekly to lead closely and ask questions repeatedly. What Maxine want to say? Guided by Professor Ueno's brilliant insight into experience, inquiry, and democracy, translation itself became a shared space where meaning emerged through dialogue. Translation was difficult because there was never a single correct answer. Yet that difficulty was deeply meaningful. As Maxine Greene reminded us, to call for imaginative capacity is to work for the ability to look at things as if they could be otherwise. Translation for us became precisely this practice, learning to see differently and to see ourselves as capable of change. It reflects Maxine's belief that meaning is created through dialogue, and that imagination is released through relationship with others. It has been a true honor to work on the translation of Maxine Greene's monumental work and to join a global community inspired by her enduring vision. Thank you very much.
Wow.
Bye-bye.
By Shinko. Wow. It's amazing how to translate Maxine, the words, what words to use to translate her. And it's when we think about, are we only translating the words, or are we translating to a culture, to different places? So I'm gonna introduce Shinho, that he's going to be presenting right now. And Shinho, if you want to go ahead and start.
Hello, everyone. My name is Seung-ho Moon. I'm a professor at Loyola University Chicago. I translated 2 books of Maxine. These are the covers of Korean editions of Maxine's Variations on a Blue Guitar and Releasing the Imagination. So my memory goes back to the spring of 2006, 20 years ago, when I took Maxine's course Education and the Aesthetic Experience held in her apartment on Fifth Avenue, as most of you are very familiar with her beautiful apartment. At the time, I was deeply engaged with Korean cinema, particularly Kim Gi-deok's Spring, Summer, Fall, Winter, and Spring. That moment marked the very beginning of my intellectual and very personal journey during my doctoral studies at Teachers College, Columbia University. In 2011, I was invited to translate Variations on a Blue Guitar into Korean, supported by the Seoul Art Foundation. At the time, Maxine graciously wrote a preface for Korean readers. So this book continues to be a steady seller in Korea, and some paragraphs are used in our undergraduate writing course. While translating it, I struggle not only with the literal meanings of her words, like Shinko says, but with the metaphorical depth, rhythm, and poetic quality of Maxine's prose. So at what point I asked Maxine, if you translate your book into English, and then I'm going to translate it into Korean. And she laughed. The second translation was releasing the imagination from Walter Benjamin's perspective. That is, translation is always impossible task. Judith Butler further expands the boundaries of translation, reminding us that translation is not merely linguistic, but deeply political. One of the most difficult challenges arise when rhetoric is grounded in cultural specific concepts. So, for example, Maxine introducing the definition of aesthetic education or aesthetic experience, she relies on John Dewey's description of aesthetic as the antonym of anesthetic numbness and how to move our numbness toward, wide awakeness. As Michelle Fine beautifully presented in the morning, this is connected with one of the core elements of Maxine's ideas. But to translate that into Korean, I could not get a full sense of how to see this rhetoric dynamics of put on an at the beginning of English word to make the opposite term. So I have to put lots of footnotes to explain the context of it. And there is a similarity that Shinko in her Japanese version, she has to use lots of references. At the same time, I want to emphasize the importance of localized narratives of social imagination. I remain concerned about neo-colonial tendencies in which U.S. scholars circulate globally without sufficient attention to non-U.S. social and political contexts. Maxine's work definitely speaks to universal human conditions of beauty, experience, interpretations. However, I argue that translation begins with a critical examination of context, power operations, and localized narratives. So for Korean readers, I introduced the film poetry and facilitated conversations around the aesthetic experience and community within Korea's historical and cultural context. In my preface on translation, I explicitly underscored the potential danger of neocolonial reception and encouraged the readers to engage Maxine's ideas through their own local narratives and embodied realities. As a conclusion, I want to be hopeful as much as possible, like light in dark times when Bill Ayers and Jenna Miller, when they edited the volume, they put this beautiful title, Light in Dark Times. So I wish I could discuss Hangang's Human Act with Maxine and even watch K-pop Demon Hunters with her. I really hope to do that. On Sunday this week at the Golden Globe Awards, EJ, the songwriter behind the Golden of this K-pop Demon Hunters, shared that she has been rejected by a major K-pop corporation, which is S&M, after more than 10 years of training. After that rejection, she became a songwriter and eventually co-wrote the Golden Globe winning song, The Golden. She said, rejection is redirection. In our current neoliberal and authoritarian climate, our dreams of democracy and human dignity are rejected. And yet, I believe this is the very moment to redirect our actions through imagination, through translation, and through whiteness for alternative and different realities. And thanks for listening.
Sinho, it's really, really interesting your approach. And now, before we start like the conversation and get deeper into what you are proposing, we may listen to Marika. Marika, what's your relation with the translation of Maxine?
Hello, everyone. Thank you, Tere. Um, well, first, I'm a practitioner from the field of teaching artistry. And so I discovered variations on the blue guitar before even diving into aesthetic education. So that was kind of my breakthrough, my personal breakthrough, and then followed the vivid urge to bring aesthetic education to Quebec. So Montreal is in the province of Quebec in Canada. Followed at the time I was working for an artistic institution at Place des Arts, and so followed a partnership with Lincoln Center. So that was my first big dive. So for me, my movement toward translating variations in French emerged from my work in AE training and the needs I observed among my community of teaching artists, practitioners, educators, collaborators. So I had already translated parts of Maxine's writings in French for the benefit of the trainings, because I must say that at the time, that was before 2020, there was almost nothing written by Maxine in French. So there was nothing really available. And for me, Variations was a foundation, if not the foundation on which to build and to convey or open larger understandings of the philosophy behind the approach, but also to open the practice in action. It kind of put words on how intuitively we were approaching teaching artistry with educators, presenters, and artists, teaching artists. So that's how it came about. I must say that the translation in French is still in progress. Yes, so it's almost done, but there are still I'm still working the rights for it to be published. So if anyone knows a French translator or a French editor, let me know so we can partner and have it published. So I must say that it like translating her writing, which is quite complex for me, it was kind of a rabbit hole a little bit. So it's very deep and beautiful, but at the same time, it's not always so easy to capture quickly. Because language carries codes of culture, right? And social context and history. And as my colleagues were saying, Maxine has a lot of references to thinkers and philosophers. Some I knew, others I didn't. She also has a lot of references to works of art and artists. Some I knew, others I didn't. So it kind of opened up to a very long process of also diving into who those thinkers are, what they're saying, what are those concepts, what are those works of art. So if I'm to translate, what is this piece of art that seems important to her, so that I can also relate to it and encounter it myself. So it opened to a very, very deep and stimulating and long process of translating, which also opened up my own understanding of AE actually and practice, which is great and was great and is great. So words have multiple meanings, and in Maxine's writing, I find that she often has like her writing often embodies a constant movement towards, which is totally in relation to her philosophy of reaching beyond or finding like being in an endless search of meaning. So I find that in her writing there is that movement. And so
Yes.
one of the challenge was to render that kind of movement in French. So by keeping the sense, the significance, and also being what's the word in English? Fidèle to her style of writing. So for me, there's a balance to find in that work.
What
Yes, go ahead.
one of the things that happened to me when I was working in the translation is like she's kind of in a dialogue that invites you to make a dialogue with her, but at the same time also the people that she's the writers or the artists or the other things that she mentioned, they are also in kind of a dialogue is
Absolutely.
so that make it also a kind of a complex and a specific way of her of writing in order to understand to keep a dialogue being fluent and more if we don't know all the works of art that she's working with
Yeah,
and
exactly.
the ones that are going to be reading it because they are coming from different cultures they may not know them at the same time. Do you agree with that, Sinho?
Yes, I'm glad that, Marika, you mentioned the in-depth of Maxine's reading list and all the philosophers, artists, and thinkers. And I am looking at that from the angle of current anti-intellectualism movement that people say, oh, they are all theories, and I want to learn something that I can apply in the Monday morning. But particularly from this authoritarian political climate, I believe this is more time that we really have to read more philosophers to release our political imagination that we take it for granted that neoliberalism and market-oriented decision-making like meritocracy is taken for granted. But I believe Maxine tries to have a conversation with you. That's not the only way of doing it. Let's release our relational imagination and ethical imagination to build a community and reshape our future from all the histories that we've been working on. So, for example, I mentioned Han Gang's Human Act as a reference. I really hope to read that with Maxine of this Nobel Novel Prize winner. So she talks about, what can we learn from the dead people? Can they save us during that inauguration and our ceremony? Han Gang mentions that I look at it from a historical consciousness that we live in a society, the culture that say, oh, past is past, racism is past. We don't have racism anymore. That kind of very blunt anti-intellectualism culture. So I really hope that reminding of Maxine scholarship through translation and having conversation around the different nation states, I really hope this is a moment to release our political imagination.
If I may say, is like Maxine give us the opportunity with the IE or aesthetic education, give us the opportunity in relation with what they are doing at Lincoln Center is to give life to her philosophy. So we can approach it through a common people that we are not academics and that we can relate and experience the philosophy and see how this kind of way of thinking of the way of living or approaching your relation with the world can be something that you can experience and you can relate with it and you can work with it as a community, but also we in this more intellectual world, how the philosophy can build in and that she make us cross different barriers also of the intellectual and not intellectual people. She make us cross that line in the way that she approach her writing and her way of living.
So in my brief presentation, I roughly mentioned the importance of localized narratives from localized historical context. So I don't think that Maxine intended that her work would be translated so many languages. But without Maxine's intention, there is a high tendency there is some hierarchy in intellectual communities that English written literature has more values than written in Korean or different languages because of this Anglo Franca phenomenon of English matters. So I really hope the audience today and some of who are watching this video will consider what is the core message that Maxine Greene tries to engage in through imagination. At the same time, how Maxine's ideas can be revisited, even challenged through your local narratives. For example, in South Korea's case, because of this deep engagement between US and South Korea politics, there are some ugly faces emerges. For example, MAGA movement in the United States was exported to Korea, and the ship industry, they are making, say, another Korean version of MAGA movement to support U.S. economy from this current political leaders' decision makings. So again, I really hope that local communities, they try to look at Maxine's work as a starting point to dismantle existing hegemony and how to enrich the conversation from local contexts.
Local context, but also in related with global context, I may add. Marika, you were going to say something. Isn't it?
I was just gonna make a connection with what Song Ho was saying and choices to be made while translating. And in French, well, French is a very gendered language.
Mm.
And Maxine I found that she was very ahead of her time because she used inclusive language in some parts of her books. And anyways, it was just like a small example of how true the translating choices we make or the word choices we make, we can think about narrative for today as well. So how is it also included on paper, like while saying true, of course, to her style and what she's saying. So yeah, local narratives in relation to global realities.
Yeah, I want to invite if somebody has a question to write it down so we can include it in the conversation. I think we have like 7 more minutes to go, more or less.
A little bit less.
Huh?
A little bit less.
A bit less, yes. Well, yes. 5 minutes.
It's funny. I was going to say it's time for the Q&A, but it's so fascinating to listen to the conversation that you have.
Well,
If you look at the chat, you'll see kudos to all of you for saying that. And I don't see any questions yet. But how important, again, we've got so many notable quotations that we can use from your talk. And I love that, Sungho, when you said that you asked Maxine to first translate it in English, because I think many of us who have used her books do have to translate the terminology and the intent, and how difficult it is to think about localized communities and history when we do teach, and how current even her original works that we saw published are today, and how we can change that. So it's up to you. Would you like to field some questions from the group?
well, we can continue talking, I think, for the next 4 minutes, but if there are questions, it will be great. I want to share that we translate into Spanish and 204, the variations on a blue guitar, and 20 years later, we know that there are some things that we did wrong, because now we have, through Imase, we have gone deeply into her understanding of her philosophy, and also this connection with the cultural way of thinking. Like, for example, the word why, it can be translated into justified, what's going on, what happened, or also what it's coming, it can be happen. So most of the translation, we use the one that justify. So we have por qué instead of para qué. The ones that know Spanish will understand me. If you think para qué, that is the why, looking ahead, looking why are you doing things in order to move ahead or do something. If you use por qué, it's like justifying because I have to, or things like that. So those are the key. Even a key word a small word can change the meaning in the translation of what Maxine wants to say. So it's really great to have this conversation with different cultures, with different people that we have been involved with Maxine, in order to understand each time more and more and more these little details.
Well, I want to continue our conversation, although our session is over, and I put my contact information, and feel free to email me with any question, and I'm more than happy to answer it from my multiple perspectives, including Korea audience.
I think you will have time at the end of the day to continue the conversation, if that's okay with everybody. And at that point, we'll go over the chats as well as I know questions will arise.
Thank you.
Thank
Okay.
you. So we have an interlude next, followed by a 20-minute break. But Carol Saltz, who was the director of Teachers College Press, which you will note many of Maxine's work were published there, and Carol also edited Maxine's work. She's part of our board, a dear friend to us, a dear friend to Maxine. So, Carol.
Thank you, Ruth. This has been a very moving experience for me. Starting with Michelle and knowing that she was really laying out, she talked about watermarks, but really the where Maxine has gone, and that's what you are all so much a part of. So I tried to find quotes that would help us with that, but I didn't realize how beautifully the translation panel would fit with what I was going to talk about. And then, of course, I started thinking about Maxine and the way her mind works. And I realized that, of course, it was going to fit because everything fits. That's, kind of the point. Again, I love that this is an international conference, one that talks about translation, transaction, and transformation, and aesthetic education. That we are here to consider human connections and the current and somewhat terrible challenges to them. Release the imagination. Just put quotes around these everywhere, air quotes. Choose the aesthetic over the anesthetic. Become what you are not yet. Move beyond. For me, Maxine's quotes are like potato chips or tattoos. You can never stop at just one. So I kind of had to mix some things. Um, as Maxine says, you can't send a representative to view a painting or listen to a symphony for you. You must attend to it yourself. Attention must be paid. Once you're there with the transaction, doing the listening, making the connection, you move from passivity to action, from status quo to beyond, into the domain of the imagination. Loaning yourself to a work of art brings consciousness embodied, really freedom, and the possibility to connect to this humanity. So I've spent the week trying to think about what I can bring to your attention that is perhaps particularly meaningful of my beloved community with Maxine, and how I can do that without shutting you out because it's not your lived experience. Um, and that's, I think, a lot of what Maxine talks about when she talks about aesthetic education and works of art. It's a problem of translation, transaction, and transformation. When Maxine and I worked on her text, edited her words, which is how we became friends more than 40 years ago, it was the closest I came to editing poetry at Teachers College Press because ideas were captured but could not remain static for the reader, even if the words had to be. Each word changed what came before. I can tell you, searching for words to precisely embody ideas became an adventure. Actually, one that I rarely had the opportunity to explore because, for the most part, her words were very precise, very correct, and very beautiful. And that was because a tremendous amount of thinking went into them before. You may have noticed a cadence in her writing, a repetition that's not redundant. She uses that to reinforce ideas and to remind us that you can say things as if they could be otherwise. And sometimes that's the key to translating, meaning to translating meaning so it can be read or at least glimpsed consciously by many. So this is a quote from Blue Guitar. And here she says, I look for embodied meanings. I look for significance in the work, not apart from it. The fascinating thing, of course, is that the meanings that may be released in the course of an encounter cannot be spelled out in words apart from the encounter. So many do not realize that aesthetic objects arise in the course of voluntary transactions with works of art, that they cannot be packaged or neatly summarized, that meanings do not exist apart from their embodiment in color, language, movement, sound. So even when you read Maxine in English, you're translating. Everything is being translated. And she is always, I think, talking in metaphors. Even in the clip that we saw, she talked about talking in metaphors because she goes to the work of art. And that informs the emotion. It informs her um, uh, meaning, her understanding of what she's just seen or felt. So then she says, art, and I love this because it's so Maxine. Arguments, as you well know, come to conclusions. Works of art do not. So there's your uncertainty. There's your continually changing, growing, transforming. It's there, it's so she leads us here to a conclusion that is not a conclusion. And the conundrum is a signpost. That's like Michelle's watermelons for us on the way to meaning. And we never get there, and that's okay. Maxine, forever ahead of us, was encouraging in her delight that we would get there, go beyond. Wherever routines keep us bound to the mundane and the everyday, encounters will release you if you apprehend them. And release, she means in a very particular way. I think she's talking about aesthetic education. Works of art become aesthetic education when you engage with them, and they transform you and everyone else too. So here's one final quote that may befuddle you and also bring clarity. I believe that opening windows and doors for persons, releasing them to use their imaginations and their minds and their perceptual capacities may save lives as well as change them. Watch closely while you're here, and I mean that here, in this moment. Listen closely. There will be unpredictable openings, mysterious beginnings. It will be up to you.
Thank you so much. Wow. I'm just going to break our rule. Does anyone have any questions for Carol before we start our break? And just put it on your picture. It might be easier.
Here.
It's wonderful how intimately you knew Maxine's work, Carol, as her editor. It's remarkable how you were able to articulate what the inarticulable thing is that she was.
Well, we would get together for an editing session, and I'm telling you, there was very little editing done. Me, certainly. And it would turn into a chicken and spaghetti dinner or something like that, or we would go out. And in the end, we would go out to dinner. I would wheel her wherever we were going, and we would pass the odd streets that are dark between Fifth Avenue and Madison Avenue, and the rats would come out and follow us wherever we were going, and it was just, I think the learning took place in those moments for me. And I was very lucky. I was really, really fortunate to have that opportunity.
She was lucky to have you, Carol.
Thank you. Thank you. But you can all have her too through her books and her words and these kinds of conversations, which are so important, especially right now. Anyway.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Yeah.
Michelle?
Yeah, can I just offer? You know, Carol, your comments following the amazing translation panel
It's an amazing panel.
makes me realize that even in English in text, she was always writing in the subjunctive and through affect. So at any point, even in English, that there was the what could be and the affective invitation in the words. And
But
yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
no, I was just going to say, but knowing that the people that we heard from today, Singho, Tara, and Rika, you know, that they're taking care of her words
Totally.
is, you know, it's such a comforting feeling. You know, I just makes
It's
me feel really good. That's hopeful for me.
like a transitional object
Yeah.
for a child into another culture to carry with care. Marika, Cinco, and Tura. It was, yeah,
And
just
not forget the local
Mhm.
and always remember that context, you know.
and with an invitation to refuse certainty,
Mm.
to invite
Exactly.
openness.
Yep.
Really astonishing and so wonderful to see you after 100 years.
Sure. For example, Shinko's presentation, she highlighted different versions of I as the subject. And in my translation, Korean language has a strength of using adjectives in different ways. For example, yellow has more than 50 versions of translation. So I was able to use the richness of Korean language to add up Maxine's major argument. So that's what I insist, you know, how local languages can contribute to this transnational conversation in a different positionalities.
In Ireland, we don't have a word in the Irish language for yes. We actually don't have a direct word for yes. So the discussion about language and how and the translation panel was just amazing, and it's so wonderful to hear those of you who knew Maxine well. But we were just saying that as we had a little sidebar here, that how interesting that is from our perspective in Ireland, because we don't have the hegemony of English means that we don't have the same quality of work that we might have if we hadn't been caught up in that. So we participate very much in
You have to
that
know the nuance.
experience. Yes. And how do you do that? And can be very difficult to find the exact you're reaching for the meaning. So thank you.
I know we could go on and on right now, but I also am cognizant of the fact that we all need a little stretch. So take the 20 minutes. We do have Barbara Ellman's Waterfall that you can look at, a painting that she did in the 90s, and David Gonzalez's music. And we will stay on if people want to ask things. And again, let's continue the conversation at the end of the conference. Have a good break.
9 men. They've had 2 men sent off in the first half, so that means maybe scoreless now. Very, very well said. Stop charging scoring in that second half. It's scoreless between Ulster and Bristol, between Sexton and Derby, and between Sheffield Wednesday and Portsmouth.
Taking a break. Maybe they're taking it.
All right. What if he got bumped off? It's very weird. There it goes. All right, he put a 3-minute.
Okay. I mean, I think he's a little flustered because we came at him with so many different things at the end.
And at the end, and he.
Well, hello all. We're back, I guess. I just want to say hello, and I know time is always very precious, so we're here, and I guess I'll give it over to Holly, who I guess will be doing the introductions, or Ruth, or
Okay, Holly, you're on mute. There you go.
There we go. Hello,
And we're
everybody.
back.
We're back. I hope you had a good stretch, a little bit of snack. And now I'd like to introduce the next session, panel discussion. Actually, it's more of a conversation really between Mark Pottinger, and I don't know if he can be visible. Can we make him visible?
If everybody goes to multi-gallery for the view, you'll be able to see everyone, I think, for a little bit. Yep.
But we should have Mark's picture here.
Yeah, he's visible if you go to the top right next to recording on my screen anyway.
We're all
It has-
seeing you and Mark,
Okay,
Holly.
there you go. And also, so just introducing, sorry for that. Mark is a music and musicology professor and chair of the Communications and Sound and Media Arts at Manhattan University. And his colleague, Michael Grabowski, is a professor of communications, sound, and media arts also at Manhattan University, and welcome to you both. Take it away, Mark.
Okay, all right, thank you. And
Thank you for having us.
yes, thank you. And this is a conversation that Michael and I will share, and we both have come to the idea of aesthetic education, I think, from two different pathways, or from many different paths, has brought us to an understanding of this collective awareness that art reveals, the human sort of reality of things, and how they're projected in objects and vice versa. And one of the things that, as a musicologist, for a long time I explored music from looking directly at the musical object, looking at the score, looking at the performers, looking at the cultural time, and that defined the work. But I, like other musicologists, and probably in the last 10 years or so, we made this conscientious desire to make a sonic turn, meaning focusing on the listening experience that we have with the music, in a sense that we, the listener, sort of define its existence in the world. We define its meaning. And even though it's intentionality behind the art object at the end of the day, this idea of our experience defining its meaning is really at the heart of what is this idea of phenomenology, at least the phenomenology that I've come to embrace. And one of the things that Michael and I will be talking about is about how phenomenology, this idea, this almost theory of knowledge, almost this idealism, that in our experience with seeing an object or hearing an object, that there is this larger, almost like an essence of the object, that we only get a slice of it. But in a sense, by continually viewing the object and sort of not asking what it is, but how it's able to give an experience, how it's able to define a reality within you, gets closer to actually what is this thing that we're experiencing in itself. What is art? What is its definition to us? What is it trying to reveal to us? And phenomenology tries to get at that idea of how objects exist in us and define for us the world around us. And so looking at this way is a sense to try to figure out this concept of how AI has come to define our everyday creative reality. And one of these aspects that I find very fascinating is how, for many of us who teach art, how AI sort of finds its way in our world with our students' papers or in creating art. And just in my own sort of inquiry here, I bring to you Vincent van Gogh's Starry Night, which is here in New York at MoMA. And one of the things I find fascinating about this object, and when you give it to an AI engine to try to recreate, you notice how it sort of explores different aspects of the original. It's see in the top, and all these different sort of permutations of this experience with it. And this pragmatic approach to the use of AI in aesthetic education, a large part is trying to figure out perhaps what we can sort of experience in AI art. And instead of just asking the question that, or the thought that perhaps AI is destroying human creativity, looking at how human creativity makes sense of AI. This idea of what is being sort of projected here by AI, as many of you know, it uses the repetition of that which the data that it receives to try to create and spin out ideas that reveals these four panels you see on the bottom. But in any sense, this desire to realize the process of its understanding of human creativity allows us to sort of see what the biases are, the sort of perceptions are that define our experience with art. And so in a sense of dismissing AI art as something that destroys human creativity, rather seeing it as a reflection point for us to think about how art, how AI, sort of how we experience AI, allowing us as aesthetic educators to think about how what we see and how we observe it. What are our biases? What is being revealed? As you see the sort of the tree that Van Gogh paints at the start, and the church in the back, how AI tries to reveal what is necessary to try to reveal these repetitions in the artwork, and trying to bring that forth in the art object. So in all this is this idea of trying to understand what is the human experience and how art tries to reveal how we define our position, our ability to go beyond our prejudices or biases to realize a new awakening of ideas. And so this is how, in a sense, phenomenology can be used to approach AI. And with this idea, using Maxine's thoughts here, as you see from Variations on a Blue Guitar, where she speaks about the idea of aesthetic education, which we all have come across in various ways. Our view is that you who are teachers will only be in a position to make an authentic aesthetic encounter available to your students if you take the time to cultivate your own informed awareness. If you allow your own minds to be activated, your feelings to be aroused, your imaginations to be released for the sake of bringing these works into being for yourselves. Only if you do take the time for faithful perceiving, for careful attending, will the work become significant enough for you to elaborate on what you see and hear within your own experience, make new associations, find new illusions and new openings, come more and more in touch with your own realities. And I think this is at the heart of this idea of trying to using, sort of approaching this idea that, once again, it's not in phenomenology, it's not what is the thing in front of us, but how it's able to give an experience. And by putting, let's say, sharing the space of the art object with AI, at least it gives a sort of a pragmatic approach to sort of, once again, underline the humanity of it all, rather than the idea allowing AI to define the beginning, the end, and all of what it is that we perceive. And with that, I give it over to Michael to come from his point of view in relationship to these ideas.
Thank you very much. And I just, first of all, thank you very much to the Maxine Green Institute for having us here today. It's a real honor to be able to have this conversation with everyone. And I'll try not to speak too long so that we can have some time for some engaged conversation on this. I was a student of Neil Postman, who used to often say that technology is a Faustian bargain, that it both giveth and taketh away. The benefits and risks of technologies are oftentimes not evenly distributed among a population. And so there are winners and losers when new technologies are adopted. And so the Maxine Green's second quote that we're displaying here really resonates with me, that we want to understand these new tools so that we can use them and not have those tools use us. And so when I start thinking about AI, it's, I think, really important to define what we're talking about and delimit what we mean and what we don't mean in the different conversations that we have about it. So generally speaking, AI is different from previous digital programs where you had the program separate from the data that the program was manipulating, right? So that you have the hard-coded program and then you would feed it data and it would spit out data, sort of a record retrieval system. And of course, computers later become communication instruments where we're able to feed the data. Our output of our experiences translated into language and images and sound, and that could be sent for someone else to receive. So it becomes a mediating influence. AI is different than that in that the program and the data are commingled together, that the program adapts based on the data that it's receiving. So we talk about training AI systems. And so the program morphs and it's no longer just simple sending and retrieving information or using it as a medium of communication, but it becomes something that's both predicting and generating. And so I like to separate out when we talk about AI into predictive models of AI and generative models. And so, you know, there's a lot of different uh, AI programs that are used to figure out how to fold proteins and diagnose medical imaging and things like that. And these are predictive AIs. They're taking large amounts of data and trying to make sense of that data and organize it and present it in a way that human beings can understand, as opposed to looking at all the raw data ourselves. But then there's this other area of AI that we're referring to as generative AI, and that is that after training a AI algorithm on multiple images or sounds or written language, that in response to a prompt where we can engage with this program, that it will generate a response for us. And so in the case of visual arts, of feeding it styles of art and color and lines and having it understand those forms. Not, I shouldn't use the word understand, but having, gathered all those forms and being able to generate things that are like that. So it's not simple retrieval and response of that recorded artifact, but it's something that is commingled, something that is new. And so that's where we start to get into the blurred boundaries of what is creativity. And this is where I like to make a distinction between AI and humans, in that AI doesn't have experience the way humans have. And one distinction I like to make is the fact that human beings have embodied experiences. That yes, we have this um, um, misunderstanding metaphor that the mind is separate from the body, or the brain is separate from the body. And in fact, the brain is embodied, that's connected to our sense organs that receive information about our environment, and we act on that environment. And we have biochemical signatures that allow us to experience emotions, which a lot of neuroscientists will describe as action potentials, that emotions move us to do something or react in some way. And a lot of those are social. And so I like to think through how, and this is where phenomenology comes in, that the experience is really about relationships. It's the relation between the viewer and the art. It's not just the art object itself, but it's the viewer engaging with the art, or the audience member, or the listener, and an imagining or even conversation with the artist. And so we have paratext about art, that we have some knowledge about the school of art where this comes from, or some knowledge about the life of the artist. And so all of that combines into our understanding of that work of art, but we're having an embodied experience of that art. And AI can't do that. When we ask AI to make representations of what AI is, it always produces a robot image or an android image, and it imagines an embodied experience. But that's just a simulation. It's not experience itself. And so that I don't talk too much about this, I'll just leave everyone with this thought, that the act of experience itself is part of that aesthetic education. And one way to misuse this technology is to use the generative AI as a shortcut to an output, or to a data, or to a skills building, or productivity. And then it's the process of both making the art and experiencing the art that is the point, that the experience itself is allowing to have the imagination and the growth and the new sense of perspective. And that to shortcut that out, to have the simulation of experience through AI as opposed to the actual experience, is missing out on all of those benefits that the tool is now taking away from us, rather than us engaging with and using.
Yeah, no, that's a great point, Michael. And this idea that the tool, the idea that the hammer is nothing without the nail, right? This idea that it's just a tool, it's the nail that defines the reality of things, and so AI is not the thing that is that defines the idea of creativity. It is a tool to realize aspects of what's happening in us as we realize creativity. And that's one of the things I find fascinating about the use of phenomenology, especially in talking about music, is that we're really trying to, my experience with a piece of music, you might find you've never had it, don't know it. You might think that's noise. I might think it's the most beautiful thing that has moved me beyond anything else. But the reality is that with phenomenological sort of perspective, one can start to say that, doesn't matter if you heard it or you didn't hear it, but the reality that it created an experience for someone to have heard that. And so there's almost an idealistic desire to say that there's something that goes beyond our own reality with the thing. There's a larger sort of essential, or as Edmund Husserl would talk about, sort of this eidetic intuition, this idea, this larger sort of collective intersubjectivity that defines the reality of the thing. And that there's this constant wanting to become more and more attuned with that. And that connects us to a larger human network. And when we think about that in relationship to aesthetic education, as we're trying to embody that sense of experience also with our students. And so when we use AI, it doesn't short circuit, or if we allow it to be, if we're cognizant, as Maxine Greene says, we can render a technique a means to our own ends if we are brave and clear-headed enough. So trying to look beyond the simply thing of the thing that might take away, but how it can be used as a tool for us to see ourselves deeper. So this is an issue I think all of us in education are constantly trying to figure out how best to use AI. How is it defining itself, especially in the world of people in music or art or dance. The fear of what AI might do, but I think at the end of it, it's seeing it simply as a tool, and then and once again underlining that reality of human experience that defines the art object as something, as an object, to continually define a reality of human experience.
Yeah, and I'm absolutely in agreement with that. And when I think in terms of music, in particular, there's a lot of discussion going on, and really reactionary rejection of the fact that AI is disrupting the economics of music production. That if an AI program can simulate a pop song as almost as good as, or in the industry we used to say good enough, right? Is it good enough for someone to be willing to accept its shortcomings, to say, I'll rather do that because it's cheaper or easier than the other thing. And there's a lot of musical artists who are rightly concerned about their ability to make and distribute and engage with music when you have this flood of AI generated music. And Spotify right now is dealing with that and trying to figure out how and if to label music as AI generated. That's that about half of what's being uploaded now is, or I think over half is AI generated as opposed to human generated music for distribution. But that's not the first technology that has disrupted music production. If we think prior to recorded music, that music had to be performed in order to be heard. And so in the print era, we had sheet music distributors. That's how music companies made their money, is by publishing the compositions, and then people would take those compositions and perform them. And then with recorded music, that disrupted that sense of the industry. And yet we still have live musical performances, because the reason why people go to see those live performances, I mean, you can look at Walter Benjamin and talk about the aura of the original of seeing the person performing of the recording that you've heard and loved. But there's also that sense of experience itself, of being in that relational dialectic between the performer and the listener. And that experience is part of the sense making of our chaotic world. That's the aesthetic enjoyment, and then getting that perspective and really an education from that experience. And so what happens when we start engaging with machines as opposed to engaging with other people? I think that's an open question that we can talk about.
Yeah, and with that, I allow that to be an invitation to others to ask questions, raise hands. Michael and I are colleagues at our university, and we always find ways to chat about this in the hallways and corners and in our own separate work. The ethics of all this can be troubling, but they also can be enlivening as we try to think deeper about what is our goal as artists, what is our goal as teachers. I think this AI moment or this reality, this environment, it forces us to really hone in on what is it that we want to do, and then helps us to then not be fearful of these new sort of ways of defining our reality around us. So if there are questions, this is an opportunity for our entire community here to experience the experience of talking about aesthetic education, phenomenology, and AI. So questions?
Questions or comments? Love to hear your voice out there.
Carol, yeah.
Carol, you're muted.
Oh, hang on. There. Good? Okay.
Thanks. Yeah.
This is really interesting, and here's my concern. I agree with everything you've said from my inexpert position, but what do we do about building in a narrative now where, as has always been done with the arts, where some have access and some don't. And you can look at the performative part, or you can look at even what we hear on Spotify or any other way that we receive our music or anything. How do we get beyond this moment where I feel like I'm watching that narrative being built. Some things are good, some things aren't. Quality is being determined, and it's not fair. And so I feel like this could be an opportunity to equalize some of that, because gosh, everything is so open, but it isn't really.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Carol. And I think that the moment that we're in, where we see false videos, false information, that makes it look like it's true, right? Umberto Eco often talked about the idea of the authentic fake. This idea that it's fake, but it looks more authentic than the real. But I think as aesthetic educators, our job is to once again lean into the desire of practice the art of observation, practice the art of experience, practice the art of actually perceiving and being, and constantly question, to be in this mindset of social awakening, to be awakened to the reality of all things in front of us, to question that. I think if anything, what we do as aesthetic educators is really trying, it forces us now more so than ever to awaken our students, ourselves, and society itself to not be passive to the world around you, because it's actively trying to manipulate you, actively trying to control you and convert you to a truth that is not real, but trying to convince you that it is. And for someone who studies opera, who often gets lost in the art form and think this can't be reality when his hand is touched, and you want to think that this one day, from Chao Chao San from Madame Butterfly, you want to believe her, you want to, but it's all for naught. But it's that one moment of experiencing that human connection, and no matter where the source comes from, we have to connect back to that reality of who we are, the finiteness of who we are, and how that connects us all. We can't escape that. And as long as art, no matter where its source is from, remind us of that, I think we as aesthetic educators have a mighty job to continue to do.
And thank you. And there's a narrative about AI that's being popularized today that is really an outgrowth of late capitalism and this idea of a centralization of power. And that it's only the biggest companies, the Googles and the Metas and the OpenAIs that are raising tens of billions of dollars in capital to turn us all into consumers of the AI while they're the producers. And yet, the technology itself, there's a lot of research into open source models of AI. And so, with just a little bit of technical knowledge, anyone can run these smaller models on local computers, that it doesn't take large data centers to build specialized uses of these models. Now, these large companies are pursuing, their what I would argue is a mad pursuit of generative AI, or the AI that could do anything for anybody. And it's becoming exponentially requiring more power to build those types of models. But we can have a decentralized set of AI tools that artists themselves can use to interact with, to produce works that are really generated from them, and not from the machines. But this is no different than the early days of radio and television, where you had us, first of all, hobbyists playing around the technology, and then a centralization through regulation and through, and simply through capital. And with that, you get these related arguments about responsibility and ethics. And so we create regulations about how these airwaves are for the public interest, and that both makes it a little safer for the content that's on there, family-friendly television, but also limits the range of expression that you have. And so we have the same issue, I think, with all of these open source models, that, we talk about the ethics against deep fakes, and what kind of content we're generating with those models. That both limits what's possible, what you can generate, but it also is some sort of regulatory force against, some of the major problems that social issues that we can come up with. But those really aren't problems of the technology itself. It's just the technology amplifying human desire, and both, positive and negative human motivations. And so it's really
That's
that
a really good.
interaction.
That's
So
a
go
really
ahead.
good point. We have time for two more questions, starting with Amanda. Thank you, guys. This is really helpful. Amanda?
Thank you so much, both of you. I kind of stuck on thinking about what you were talking about before, about the embodied experience, and the embodied experience of art making, and the relationship between that and the imagination. That often when an artist starts out to make a work of art with the germ of an idea, it takes them to places they never could have imagined if they weren't physically going through that process of making the art. So if instead I come up with an idea of, like, I'm going to write a novel about a girl who falls down a rabbit hole and meets all these magical creatures, AI do it for me, I'm not having that creative experience. So I'm wondering if you are thinking about how that is like sort of yet another censorship experience of denying people this physical, arduous experience of making art, and how that kind of enriches our brains.
Yeah, no, you have a good point. You have to experience it to know it, right? You have to fall down a hole to know what it meant to fall down a hole, and then when you brush yourself off and you see something brand new, like a rabbit with a clock, you're sort of, all of a sudden, it's sort of, you experience what the novelist is trying to do, and even in this sort of super real sort of reality that Lewis Carroll brings forth, I think there's something very fascinating about connecting to that human reality, and once again, not seeing the AI generated story as the thing itself to consume, but it's not doing it for itself, it's doing it for you. So at the end of the day, it's one has to continue, maybe position themselves in a way to perceive how the process of making this story came about, what evidence of human reality is being brought together to create this story. So we're not reading the story, we're reading how the story realized itself for us to read. And that way we sort of author the AI. We actually author ourselves into it.
I think that's an important concept is that, we tend to anthropomorphize these technologies and it's really ourselves feeding into it. One of the joys of aesthetic experience is that element of surprise, of that element of discovering of something that is new and different. But art is oftentimes a balance between genre and expectations and then violating those expectations that we work within boundaries of our medium in order to violate those boundaries to create those elements of surprise. One of the I would say dangers of AI is this sense of a great averaging, that if we rely on the tool to generate everything without our own engagement or input or bringing our experience to producing what we want to use this tool for, we end up with just the genre, just the rote, just the great average of everything, and we lose that element of discovery and surprise. And so, we could talk about the aesthetic experience of using AI, but it's the experience of engaging with the tool that we should emphasize and not the output of the AI itself. And that in itself is human centered, that it's our own response to an experience with an engagement with this tool as opposed to and relying on what it itself is producing. What's missing from that, of course, is our engagement with each other, right? And I predict that there's going to be a lot of psychological issues with this where people are engaging with the machine, treating it like a human other. And it's not. It's a simulated other. It's really a reflection of ourselves. And so
I'm just going to have Heidi jump in here with her question, if you just since I know our time is running.
Wow, Michael. I'm just like, we're going in there, man. Like, oh my God. I want to first say that I remember Maxine saying that the the tree is not the work of art. The painting of the tree is the experience of the work of art. And that has always like really stuck with me. And Mark is a musician. I'm thinking about you as a musician in the tests we used to have to take. I don't know about you, but you drop the needle and how disembodied that experience was and how that was kind of AI, And so I'm struggling with, and this is like nuts and bolts stuff, teaching stuff in the classroom. I have my students read Wide Awakeness and the Moral Life, okay, by Maxine. And I have the reading guide and everything, but many times students go to AI, so they're not having an experience of the reading. They're just checking the boxes. And I'm very inspired by what you're highlighting, and you're bringing attention to the experience of reading and what it's doing to you. The reading exists, but what about how it lives inside you? And then, but your paintings, the Starry Night thing was fascinating because, the AI versions made me look again at Starry Night. Like, why is it doing that? So, the lights are on in this one. And, it makes me, so I thought that was revelatory. You can look at an AI answer and analyze it in relationship to the original, and
Right.
that's do you do that in your teaching?
More. It's easier in images than it is with sound because there's so many generated tools for mixing. When you make music a digital signal, there's a lot you can do with it. So, but it's when you perform in front of people and they see sort of the process of putting the body into performance, they can relate directly. Even though they might have that talent, they realize the challenge of entering another way of communicating.
The value of live face-to-face.
Right.
That's
right.
what
Yeah.
EE was all about at Lincoln Center.
Yeah, and I remember, just with the LP and the CD, when you had the CD, it just went away. You never saw it moving, but with the LP, you saw it turning, spinning. It's with you. It's there. You see it engaging, doing its mechanics, And there's something that almost anthropomorphically, you want that thing to continue to exist in a way that energizes you. In rather than the CD, it disappears. Its ability to do the thing, and I think that performativity, we want to see that. That's the thing that makes it real. I think because we have to enact, and when we give it to AI and we don't see its process of being, its process of realizing, it continues to think that we don't need that.
Its process of becoming.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
and that's
It's always a
exactly how
finished product.
Yeah, and that's exactly how I use AI in my class. There's right ways and wrong ways to use AI. And one of the wrong ways is just like cliff notes of if you're checking boxes to prove that you engage with something and you just read the cliff notes version of it, you really have engaged with that work. But for instance, in one of my film classes, when we're talking about story structure, I will rather, because students could just check the box on an assignment if I told them to analyze the story structure of a film. They could just have AI generate a little summary, and it's becoming harder and harder to detect whether a student, B minus student had produced it or AI had produced it. But what I have them do now is I have them engage with AI and have the AI generate 4 different models of story structure and then have them critically evaluate that with their own experience of watching the film. So one, it forces them to have the experience of watching the film, but they get to tease out what was their human experience with the film that the AI didn't capture, and it makes them start to realize what the AI can't do and the value of having the experience of watching the film.
Thank you.
Nicely put. Nicely put. Well, we're just about out of time, but we want to thank the both of you for bringing forward this complex and very contemporary issue that I think Maxine was somewhat prescient about, but she couldn't have possibly gotten this same level. But I think, also understood she always has, understood the importance of the immediacy and of the experience. Thanks also to Dewey. Bravo. Ruth, I think we're going to move to the next group. Ruth. Oh, I like all those hearts.
Thank you both. Great. Was that at me? Terry, would you introduce Pablo now so that we could have our next interlude and quotation?
I think I think we have Ireland.
Oh, we go straight. I'm sorry. I'm looking at an older version. Okay.
Jane is going to introduce
Let me reset. Sorry. Jane O'Halloran, who is our dear collaborator in Ireland, is the former head of Education with Poetry Ireland, where she facilitated and still does education and outreach programs throughout Ireland. Happily, 5 of us were able to connect with Jane after she had come to the States on her Fulbright. We were able to go and present last June, and you'll hear about that at another time. But Jane will introduce the colleagues in the next session. So I hand it over to you, Irish MGI Collaborative.
Thanks, Ruth, and hello, everybody, and good afternoon. On my own behalf and on behalf of my colleagues, Carmel, Rachel, and Helen, we are really delighted to be here this afternoon. And I'd also like to mention our colleague, Colm Keegan, the poet, who is also with us and who will be introduced formally later in the programme, but who is actually busily engaged in constructing a piece around the happenings of the day. So lovely to have Colm here with us as well. As Ruth said, I've been influenced by Maxine Green's work since the early 2000s because I desperately went looking for someone who could give me the language I needed to make the case for aesthetic education, for arts education, particularly within the formal education system in Ireland, because I was the inaugural head of education with Poetry Ireland, heading up their suite of programmes. and leading that education and outreach program. And my doctoral research was actually on the unique character and affordances of arts learning. So we're delighted to be here today. As Ruth said, we did have a very, very exciting day back in June in the Driocht Arts Centre, which is a fantastic arts hub in West Dublin. And I'm delighted to see Sarah Byrne here this afternoon, who was one of our main hosts and enablers out in Driocht. And so we are absolutely thrilled to be here. And I'd now like just to formally introduce the panel before we get into our presentation. Carmel Hinchin is an Associate Professor of Education Emeritus at the University of Limerick, Ireland. She's been awarded a Fulbright Creative Ireland Professional Fellowship for 25-26, and she will be working with the Maxine Greene Institute in New York on an arts and education research project. Rachel Lenihan is Associate Professor in the School of Education in the University of Limerick, where she teaches English pedagogics to pre-service teachers. Rachel was a secondary school teacher of English and history and is currently collaborating on research that explores the integration of aesthetic education practices in the English classroom. Helen O'Donoghue is an artist, curator, educator, researcher and writer. She was inaugural senior curator and head of engagement and learning at the Irish Museum of Modern Art, also known as IMA, in Dublin. And she was a 2019-2020 Fulbright Scholar at MoMA. She is expert advisor to the electronic platform for adult learning in Europe. So the title of our panel and our theme, Hope. Hope is a thing we do, unearthing our history. If we could move on the slides, please. So maybe to the next one, thank you. This slide covers a 33-year period in Ireland from 1979 to 2012. And these slides, the two slides I'm going to show you, are to give you some idea of the context of arts education and aesthetic education and its development in Ireland. This slide shows some significant developments over that period. And for colleagues from Ireland, we might debate whether these are the most significant for all of you, but these are the ones we've picked out. So 1979 saw the publication of a seminal report called The Place of the Arts in Irish Education, also known as the Benson Report, and you'll find it under that if you look for it. And this is bookended by the launch in 2012 of the inaugural Arts in Education Charter. So we're moving from 79 to 2012 because it's a long period and there were not a lot of significant developments. And this was the first Arts in Education Charter, which also uniquely was jointly launched by the Minister for Arts and the Minister for Education at the time. This was predated, as you'll see there, in 2008 by a document called Points of Alignment. And this joint document, also an initiative of both the Departments of Arts and the Departments of Education, provided a well-designed and thorough framework for the development of arts education, and itself provided the framework for the later Arts Education Charter. My point being that arts education is coming firmly onto political and cultural agendas in Ireland. Could I have the next slide, please? You'll see in 2012 the Arts and Education Charter. It was a pivotal moment and heralded a quickening of the pace. This current slide in front of you covers a 13-year period and saw in 2014 the Teacher Artist Partnership Professional Development Programme was launched, a programme for artists and teachers not previously seen or run in Ireland. 2014 also saw the launch of the Arts in Education portal, a digital resource for arts education, which has proven to be a huge benefit to everybody. 2017 saw the launch of Creative Ireland, a national cultural programme with the aim of making creativity available to the citizens, broadly to citizens, and particularly to children and young people. And then we skip, I think, to 2025, and you can see that there's been a new drama, film and theatre studies course for second level or high school students just launched. and a new curriculum framework for primary schools in which arts education is now one of 5 core areas, which I must say is very, very exciting and delightful. 2025 also saw us launch Arts Education in Ireland from Pedagogy to Practice, a new publication outlining the last 30 years and current practice in arts education in Ireland. But we're here today because Maxine's theory and practice has been an important influence and continues to support us in the work that we do in the arts and education space in Ireland. So as we begin 26, with all its precarity and uncertainty, it's great to be able to say with confidence that arts education is now firmly on the cultural and political agendas in Ireland, the result of a lot of work by a lot of people over many decades. Some of you are probably here on this call. Decades which have seen a remarkable shift in the profile, understanding and provision of arts education, most particularly over the past 10 years. We look at the world once in childhood, the rest is memory, according to Louise Gluck. Maxine Greene saw memory as that imaginative connection between past, present and future. Our themes revolve around memory, imagination and hope. And our panel, beginning with Carmel and Rachel, will explore and engage with this notion of the power, or rather the superpower of memory, by leading us through an encounter with a poem by one of our contemporary urban women poets, Paula Meehan. Their piece is entitled The Power of Imagination, Poetic and Social, and explores how poetry gives voice to those who often remain unheard or disenfranchised, thus enabling the new visibilities that can emerge from the margins, according to Maxine. This leads us on to the idea of hope as action, and hence our title, and that felt that sense, that embodied wisdom, that hope is a thing we do. Helen further engages with the vital role and the vitality of memory through the poem Memory by our former president, Michael D. Higgins, and she goes on to explore the role of art and culture in pointing to the need for a kind of education in hope, in the words of Paulo Freire. And they say poetry makes nothing happen. Rachel explores the relationship between Maxine's philosophy and pedagogy, particularly English pedagogy, in initial teacher education. And in this context, I am often minded to think of that line from Richard Haydn. What did I know of love's austere and lonely offices? And that is when I think about the quiet and often unrecognised work of those involved in and dedicated to aesthetic education. Much like poetry, the power and potential of arts education is often underestimated and overlooked. Maxine's mission, it seems to me, was to bring that power to as many people and places as she could reach. But equally powerfully alongside that work was, and remains, the work of raising the profile of aesthetic education, to bring it into the new light, as Michael D. Higgins says. So to quote one of my favourite poets, Dylan Thomas, before the children, green and golden, follow him out of grace, and wake to the farm, forever fled from the childless land. Our work is to ensure that they have a rich exposure and experience of aesthetic education, as a necessity for survival, and to which they are entitled. Because, as Maxine's work has demonstrated, arts education can be our education in arriving at what is human in the world, again, as Michael D. Higgins put it. And that is precisely because, according to Rebecca Solnit, it fosters that revolution that can only take place in and through imagination. So imagination, memory and hope are our themes. And the next part of our panel will take the form of a mini workshop led by our colleagues Carmel and Rachel, who are both heavily committed to bringing arts education to young people. And they will be followed by Helen, who has spent the past 30 years in the arts education space and who will lead us in a short meditation exploring the power of contemporary art. So, Rachel and Carmel.
Thank you very much, Jane. And hello to everybody. It's lovely to be here. And there's so much provocative work and words and thinking and learning and in what's happening today. And I'm delighted to be part of it. So Rachel and I are friends and we work together or have worked together. So in this session, we will explore the imagination as a living, shaping power. And we'll do this as we connect to a work of art. In this instance, a poem by one of our foremost Irish poets, Paula Meehan. And we will aim to demonstrate how poetic imagination can awaken our social imaginations, or as Michelle said earlier, how the arts can provoke social imagination. And as Carol says, here we're trying to open a door or a window into an art form. So one of the first things we're going to do is just listen to Paula's poem. And in the listening, I just want you to experience it in whatever way that happens for you. And we'll later talk about it. So Rachel, we might play Paula speaking the
We
poem.
will. Hopefully now I can get it to work. Hi everyone, delighted to be here with you all this afternoon in Ireland. Okay, so hopefully you'll be able to hear this. Carmel, will you give me a thumbs up if you can hear?
I will.
The boy from the Gloucester diamond. What did we know of bogs, their beauty, the names of their flowers, their wild skies? We cursed those cold, black-robed men who swept the four winds and the four known seasons out heaven's door, down on us below. They were beyond all sense, all reason. By an unmarked grave we knelt and wept, spoke of his head of curls, his green eyes, his broken back, his small hands empty.
Now, so we'll play it again because, of course, when you meet something new like a work of art, as Maxine Green says, it's like encountering a person. And we need time to encounter, to meet, to bring our own personal life to the object of a work of art. And we bring the object alive in how we respond to it. So this time, and of course, in first meeting, there'll be things we don't understand, things that resonate. And it isn't about packaging a meaning here. It's about opening, as I said, a window or door into another world, a world which may impact us. So I'll ask you just for a minute, we'll play it again, but in listening this time, maybe you can choose any word or image from the poem which impacts you. So rather than trying to make a full meaning of all of what's being said, because it's challenging work, I would ask you just to choose any word or picture or image which impacts you and explain why. So that's one possible entry point. Another one is because the poem is new, you might have a lot of questions arising. For example, well, I won't give an example. That's like giving you meaning, so I won't do that. So just questions that arise for you when you read this poem. So if you'd like, we're going to share this between us on the panel, but we invite you as our community here to put in any response you might have into chat, and we can draw on that if you wish that to happen. So we'll just take another little bit of time to unpack the poem by looking at word, image, or questions. So Rachel, we might play it again, please, where people have time to jot down some ideas.
Boy from the Gloucester diamond. What did we know of bogs, their beauty, the names of their flowers, their wild skies? We cursed those cold, black-robed men who swept the four winds and the four known seasons out heaven's door, down on us below. They were beyond all sense, all reason. By an unmarked grave we knelt and wept, spoke of his head of curls, his green eyes, his broken back, his small hands empty.
Now, I'll just give you another minute just to get your thoughts together, and thank you for those who have sent in some of their thoughts and their words, which we will be delighted to chat about in a moment. Okay, so we'll start the conversation, and what we'll invite you to keep writing if you wish, or to keep your comments coming if you wish. So thank you. I see lots of different responses coming in. So I'm going to open out the discussion just to see what I'll include Rachel, Jane, and Helen, and your own ideas. So let's have a look. So let's start with some ideas.
Yeah, I suppose it might be easier, Carmen, just in the interest of time. Some of our colleagues there shared different words that stood out to them, like
Yes.
broken back, four winds, unmarked, broken, empty. And then Jane also agreed with that idea of Mark said about the broken back, and Michelle picked broken as well.
Yeah.
And Jane commented that in her reading, Paula Meehan kind of spits out the word. And
Yes.
I know poetry being that spoken art form, and particularly for Paula Meehan, I know, Carmel, you've spoken to Paula about how she speaks the words and
Yes.
the cadence and things like that. But then there were questions as well. So I don't know, do you want to treat the words first and then we maybe move on to
Maybe we'll take some of the questions and we can get in there and then look at the words.
Some questions were, who are those men?
Yes.
Who were the cold black robed men? And
Yes.
then somebody said about Gloucester Diamond, maybe that was a question or a word, you know, maybe
Yes.
or who is it? So there's loads there. The
Yeah.
bogs, the beauty, different things kind of came up. So question marks, Heidi commented as well. Question marks are important too, that Meehan herself is asking questions in the poem. And then Amanda commented on the juxtaposition of the cold black-robed men and
Yes.
his small hands empty. And she felt that speaks volumes to the social imagination. So thank you all
Very
for,
good.
I haven't got everybody there, I'm sorry.
No,
but
that's great, Rachel. So anything from Jane and Helen before I just go? I know in the interest of time, it's because one of the things that Rachel and I do, and this is kind of work when we're encountering a work of art for the first time, with poetry, for example, that's how sometimes I open it up by just saying, like by listening, because Paul herself, when I met her, talks about the cadences, the kind of what words, you know, how words can be spoken. And I mean, the meaning, somebody there mentioned, as you said, Rachel, that she spits out the word broken back. So there's something very powerful and strong there.
We might move on, Carmel, to Rachel's piece, because we can come back to the discussion then at the end.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, I suppose just to contextualize this, it might answer some of your questions there. Carmel, do you want to rely?
Yeah.
I suppose
I can talk about this one. So this really, I mean, the poem really is a piece of our very troubled history. It relates back to a time in Ireland when there was coercive confinement, really, of some young boys in industrial schools. And these industrial schools were set up in ethic of care for beginning and by the Department of Education and the kind of religious orders to kind of deal with boys who've been abandoned or hurt, and mostly they were taken in as poor boys. But we've lots of reports in Ireland written since, and we know that these institutions were actually very abusive physically, emotionally, and sexually. And here in Letterfrack, if people have been to Ireland, up by Galway, Ireland, there, that's where Letterfrack is. And there's a poetry trail, and the poem that we've just kind of played comes from that. There's you can see there in timber they have little poems written close to the graveyard in the Connemara Park. So we can. I'll move on from there, Rachel, and we can come back to questions later.
Yeah. Did you want to
Okay.
talk to anything
So
on this?
this one very quickly, that linking back to Mark and Michael in terms of phenomenology, that imaginative texts or objects of our experience like this one are gifts for our learning. And in a way, we're opening up that connection between past, present, and future because we have memory and memory lives in us right now, and particularly our kind of personal memories and personal traumas and suffering, so does cultural memory and trauma and suffering. And it's important to bring it to the fore. So memory is imagination in that way. And it's very important to open our empathic vein really and consider kind of what has happened in Ireland in terms of the brutality and the suffering, especially of our children in the past.
Okay, perfect. Thanks, Carmel. So I might just come in then and I'll speak a little bit to what I do. So Carmel and I have worked together for a long time in lots of different roles. And I suppose it was Carmel who introduced me to everybody here on the call, and lovely to work with you all, and the work of Maxine Greene and her philosophy. And it was something that sat with me really, really well. It spoke to me, I suppose. I'm a post-primary teacher of English and history by trade, and I recently left my classroom. Well, not that recent, I suppose, 4 years now. I left my classroom to work in initial teacher education, as Jane said. So essentially, I work here in the University of Limerick, where I teach young people who are in a 4-year degree program who will go on to be teachers of English and physical education. And they will work with adolescents. So they'll work with kind of 12 to 19-year-olds in schools all over Ireland. We've close to 1,000 post-primary schools, and that's where they'll be. So they have huge power, I suppose, to enact change. And the thing that stood out to me from all of the speakers today was that idea of educating ourselves, questioning ourselves, using Maxine's ideas around the poetic and social imagination to think about being wide awake, to bringing that awareness to our own practice so that we can help our students to be aware and wide awake in the world too. And part of the work that I do in initial teacher education is informed by these CAME standards for initial education. These were introduced in 2020, and essentially all providers of initial teacher education have to do a number of things. And one of those core elements is global citizenship education. And I think from the very beginning of our call this morning, we've been talking about local and global and connections and empathy and understanding each other and listening to each other. And that's one of the central tenets of GCE. So for me, Maxine's philosophy supports me and helps me to bring things like global citizenship education to life in my classroom. And because I teach future teachers of English, I also have to prepare them to engage with literature and to engage with lots of different works of art, be it film or poetry or novels and but also nonfiction. We've loads to do. But I suppose Paula Meehan was one poet who I was just drawn to because again, she lives Maxine's philosophy in her work. And I know you only got a little taste of her poetry there today, but you might decide to explore some more of it. One of her selected poem collections is there as if by magic. But the appeal of Meehan for me was her activism as a poet and how she views poetry and the arts. She said, I might have wanted to die for Ireland if I'd been a few generations earlier, but I actually wanted to live for Ireland. And I began to get more interested in non-violent and active pacifism. I was trying to find a way I could become a conscientious citizen and put my enormous hunger for social justice into action. And she does that when she writes about our past, our history, the horrors that happened in Letterfrack, in the industrial school, among other settings as well. And she brings her poetry to prisons, to community services, to schools. She brings her work to life and helps us to kind of see possibility and light in the midst of sometimes very dark themes and work. That idea of connecting, for me, the poetic with social imagination, I suppose, is that connection of human experience, you know. And we've all quoted Michael D. Higgins, I think, today on our panel, our former president and poet and artist and great advocate for the arts. But he said that the work of poetry makes a better fist at arriving at what is human in the world than most things, you know? And that's kind of the spirit with which we approached kind of this panel discussion today. And Meehan herself, of course, speaks to that, because she said, you know, as a woman, as kind of someone coming from a working class urban background in Dublin, she said, I am coming from a perspective where poetry is a political act, an act of resistance, an act of survival. In an ironic and strange way, the artist can sometimes be more powerful as an activist by following the muse. So I hope that some of the pieces that we brought today, you can see the alignment between what we have shared and Green's work, because it is that idea, using Maxine's words, that imagination is what, above all, makes empathy possible. So thank you so much for your time today, and I'll hand over to Helen.
Excuse me. Thank you so much. I'm delighted to be here today, and with so many invaluable inputs so far that I'm trying to absorb. What I'd like to do now is to read a piece that I've written as a consequence, I suppose, of exploring these ideas with Jane and Rachel and Carmel. So I'll just go straight into it now. So, taking our theme, hope is a thing we do. I'll start. There's a risk that when engaging with contemporary works, that the participant could be catapulted into a deep well of hopelessness. Carmel and Rachel do not flinch from the discomfort that this poem evokes in us, and with careful scaffolding, excavate the emotion of the heart of it. Coming from my background as a long-time professional, working as a gallery and museum educator, I know it is important to scaffold people's experience when encountering artworks and employ responsible strategies, create safe spaces for people to engage authentically with difficult or challenging themes. Rachel, next slide.
Yeah.
To quote artist Richard Long, he says, contemporary art asks the viewer to do a great deal of work, to interpret the ambiguous, imagine the unseen. Ambiguity and risk-taking are hallmarks of the pedagogic approaches that Maxine Green's Institute have modelled. In the present time, when the world feels very precarious and everyday newscasts reveal urgent reminders of human fragility, how can we confidently take risks in our classrooms and education settings without creating a sense of hopelessness? How can we talk about hope? Hope is a thing we do. In her book of essays, Hope in the Dark, Untold Stories, Wild Possibilities, the American writer and activist Rebecca Solnit talks about hope as activism and states that hope doesn't mean denying these realities, it means facing and addressing them. In her chapter, A History of Shadows, she asks us to imagine the world as a theatre, with the powerful and official occupying centre stage and the audience being off stage. And as Green has written in her essays relating to this concept of texts and margins, this does not imply a disempowerment of those in the margins, reminding us that change can be activated there. Solnit continues and states that the revolution that matters is the one that takes place in the imagination, some gradual and subtle, some dramatic and conflict-ridden, which is to say that revolution doesn't necessarily look like revolution. And as Carmel and Rachel have illustrated in their presentation, and Green has written, imagination is not only the power to form mental images, although it is partly that, it is also the power to mold experience into something new, to create fictive situations. Artwork, poetry, drama, and film leave room for ambiguity and uncertainty. It does not always resolve itself in front of you, but it locates itself in the premise that we don't know what will happen, and that in the spaciousness of uncertainty is room to act. And I'm quoting Solnit there. Reflecting on the recent film release Hamnet, and we're being very Irish here with all the success of it, the journalist Jennifer Horgan, in an opinion piece, writes about its principal actor, Jessie Buckley, who believes that the arts can hold our suffering and our grief. In our secular world, it's possible that they now do more than that. They hold us together. And returning to Solnit, she draws our attention to the revolutionary Brazilian educator Paulo Freire, who wrote a sequel to his famous Pedagogy of the Oppressed, called Pedagogy of Hope. And in it, he declares, without a minimum of hope, we cannot as much as start the struggle. But without the struggle, hope dissipates, losing its bearings and turns into hopelessness. And hopelessness can turn into tragic despair, hence the need for a kind of education in hope. Paula Meehan's poem is one such example, and the process of engaging with it can offer hope and spur us into action, reaching for ways to counteract that state of hopelessness, illustrating how hope and grief can coexist when you recognize uncertainty, and that creating work that is the embrace of the unknown. With reference to Jennifer Horgan again, she writes that the director of Hamnet, Chloe Zhao, says about her film, and I'm quoting, the arts allow us to go back in, to re-enter the cave of our grief and suffering, armed with the torchlights of language and meaning. These artworks are critical in drawing our attention to and not forgetting why art is made, and is poignantly captured in the following poem written by poet and former President of Ireland, Michael D. Higgins. Its title is Memory. As Ricoeur said, to be removed from memory is to die twice, nor should it be allowed to make an amnesia of violence. An amnesty is enough for the detail. Who knows whether, if in time, such a healing is possible as would make an evening of forgiveness worth the going on. We make the affirmation, the stuff of hope beckons. Out of the darkness we step and blink into the new light. I believe our work offers people the opportunity to share their stories, gaining empowerment in their telling, reflecting what Solnit and Green describe as power coming from the shadows and the margins. And if we believe that political change often follows culture, our collective work can connect the local with the global and is an ongoing act of radical activism, stepping out of the darkness into the light. Thank you.
Thank you. It's amazing that you had so much to share and you've condensed it so beautifully in only 40 minutes. So thank you so much. We're almost
You're
out of,
muted, yeah.
do you want to take a couple of questions? We've got some comments in the chat. We'll give time for you to see all the clapping and applause.
There's a very interesting, Holly came back with the arts hold us together. Thank you. Responses to that, possibly. Carmel, you might like to respond to that. You talked about opening the empathic vein.
Yeah. And I think going back to the poem, that we rushed the poem really, but it was just to introduce you to sort of just a glimpse of Irish history, that in that how we're held together sometimes, as Holly mentioned, is by actually naming and remembering. And by naming and remembering, this poem by Paula Meehan helps us name and remember a deep kind of psychic wound in our culture and our cultural psyche. So to hold ourselves together, even if we have suffered personally or we've been traumatized. You can't hide it, like the bog was mentioned in Paula Meehan's poem, like you'd hide something in a bog. You actually have to bring it out into the open light and into the open air. And by doing that, you are at least noticing, but you're doing more than that. Then hopefully you're becoming more aware of its meaning. Like again, like putting the torchlight onto the words and to the meaning. And that poem stands out in terms of, the silent. There's a clarity of silence in it, but I think to come together like, and the act holding us together, it does mean that we have to uncover and unpack some psychic cultural memories that haven't been pleasant, so that we can heal and move on and learn.
And it does relate to Sung Ho's earlier point about releasing our political imagination. And it seems to me that that's the thread that's binding all of us together on this call since we started this morning. And you're right, those threads are very clear. I have one other question, and then we leave. You quoted political change can often follows culture. So does revolution actually begin in the imagination? Do people agree with that?
I do.
The panel or anybody else? Or the panel or anybody else?
I might just come in to kind of answer your question while people are thinking. Exactly, they do. And I suppose the bind I find myself in as a teacher of teachers is the extent to which I can ethically push them to want to engage in that change with me and want to be active and part of it. As Carmen said, when we engage with art, we can have these really emotive and provocative and uncomfortable experiences too. It can bring up a lot of different cultural, historical, national traumas, but also individual things. And I suppose for me, I have wondered, I'm walking that line between Green's idea of like opening our students to shocks of awakeness and awareness, and then what comes with that, because that transformation, as we've spoken about, it's not easy work. It's difficult for everybody involved. So my own experience has been that my students actually find it quite uncomfortable work, and they try to shy away from it. So there's a huge part of that in it, but I believe it's a necessary piece if we're going to have change, and I'm sure lots of other people do as well. So I'll stop talking.
It echoes Michelle's earlier point and the question, to whom is our work accountable?
Yeah,
absolutely. Yeah,
which is the baseline question, I think. So will we call it there, Ruth? I know we're slightly over time.
If you don't mind, and we definitely will have time at the end of the conference. And if people are flexible a bit, since we did have to start a bit later, maybe we can end by 3:15 so that we can continue the conversation. But wonderful. Thank you so much. Terry.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to listen of your experience and what you are sharing to us. I'm really I'm excited to be in this moment. I want now to change the topic a little bit, and it's like IMASE has a team of teaching artists, and since 2004 there was a main core team, and one of those teaching artists is Pablo Buniak. He's a singer, and he's in charge of the seminar of Maxine Green in Spanish. This year, in a few months, in April, we're going to start the second generation of the seminar. And I will run for 6 or 8 months. So Pablo is the one in charge of all the coordination and to have it on set. And Pablo, for me, it's a pleasure to be working in conjunction with you. And you talk. This is your moment.
Thank you, Tere. Thank you, all of you. Hi, everyone. I am very excited and honored to be invited to this meeting and to think of a Maxine Green's quote that really has an impact on me. And I chose a quote that touches on many aspects of her thinking. And it says, "The arts will not resolve the fearful social problems facing us today. They will not lessen the evils and the brutalities afflicting the modern world, but they will provide a sense of alternatives. They will enhance the consciousness of possibility if they are freed to move through openings and develop a sense that things can indeed be otherwise than they are, somehow better than they are." And it's taken from Variations on a Blue Guitar. This quote from Maxine Green, taken from one of her lectures, is, in my opinion, it sums up much of Maxine's philosophy in an eloquent and concrete way. When I read it, I feel the impact of her thinking, which reflects her humility, honesty, and hope. There is a possibility of seeing beyond what we know if we dare to see things differently, which for me is the main core of art. The idea of the unfinished and of the continuous process was one of the points that most attracted my attention when I began studying Maxine and learned about the methodology of aesthetic education. This idea helped me understand that those rigid concepts of traditional education, which have to do with the creation of a final product and with a frozen and finished learning, and have nothing to do with our true human nature. The creative act is a never-ending process and a window to infinite exploration. Maxine Green's philosophy helped me break free from my own boundaries, which were usually associated with the specific and the limited. Thinking of the creative act as a way to expand our own concept of who we are allows us a space for self-recognition, but also for the recognition of the multiplicity of perspectives, thoughts, and realities. Every day, I am more convinced that many of the problems of the contemporary world stem from the belief that there are only one or two ways to respond to a stimuli, to react to what is happening. Maxine Green's philosophy, so simple and yet so complex, has shown me in a compelling way the importance of looking beyond, of exploring infinite possibilities, of questioning all those concepts that I had frozen in my mind. The simple question, what if, opens up a new world for me where I can include as many universes as I allow myself. As Maxine says, art does not solve social problems or the brutalities of our world, but it is a catalyst for rigid structures of thought to begin to melt away. If we are able to develop a belief in alternatives within ourselves, we will surely be able to face each of the obstacles of the future with greater compassion, inclusion, and empathy. Seeing in this way, art can be a key to becoming better humans, to living the planet better than we found it. Thank you very much for listening.
That was gorgeous. Thank you so much, Pablo. And I know, does anyone want to just have a quick response?
I'm
Look.
just opening up as many universes as I allow myself is beautiful.
Thank you. Thank you. And I know we can talk more about that in the discussion at the end. So we have 4 more sessions to go, 2 workshops, and then a poem by Colm Keegan. You have a 5-minute break now. I urge you all to stand up and I will join you. We can give a standing ovation for those who have gone so far and stretch at the same time and go and take a break. And we'll see you back here in 5 minutes. Your lunchtime. Bring your food back if you wish. And we're back. I hope you all had a really good lunch.
Great. Thank you, Ruth. I hope we're all back. Yes, we go. So I'm going to introduce the next session, which is our first workshop session. And I'm going to be co-presenting with Helen O'Donoghue, whom you've already just met in the Ireland panel. And she was introduced by Jane as you know, as a artist, educator, and a writer, and a researcher, and a curator. So welcome, Helen. Nice to have you as my partner. I had the
Thank you,
pleasure when
Holly.
I was in Ireland. I was being able to stay with Helen in her lovely house in Dublin. So I'm ever grateful, and I had a wonderful new friendship. I wanted to say what we're planning to do in this session is to introduce you to a painting and to the pedagogy that we practice at Lincoln Center Institute, which was based on the visual thinking strategies designed at MoMA some years ago. But we evolved it when we were developing things with Maxine at the Lincoln Center Institute to sort of include more aspects of the practice. So as we look at this painting, we're really going to sort of be modeling the aesthetic education as it relates to visual arts and visual arts work of art. The first thing I'd like to do just before Helen takes us on that journey is to ask you to take for a moment and think about a time in your life where you were going through a big transition in your life experience. So there was a time, for example, when you were, what did it feel like? Where were you? Do you remember the moment in which you were sort of recognizing that you were in a transition? So I'd just like you to close your eyes for a moment and think back on a place where you went through a transitional experience in your lifetime. Maybe it was a long time ago or more recently. I know that Jane and their workshop were talking about memory. So here we're asking you to recall and embody a little bit some of that memory that you've had. And I'm going to ask you, now that we've had a moment to think and focus on that, if anybody would be willing to share not the whole experience, but something about where you were and just the sensations that you were having. Does anybody want to share that? Raise your hand. I might have to call on you. Just a small image, memory of that experience where you were going through a large transition in your body and in your emotional state, and maybe even in a physical state where you were moving or becoming something new. Tere is going to share with us. Tere. And just
Actually, I am right now at that transition moment, but it start. I move out of my house. I don't have a place to stay by decision, and I recall the moment that I was packing all my stuff and send it to my son, and how that has taken me for a year and a half in a journey, moving from different places, but at the same time in a really release with nothing that cut me or make me be in a place, and just going into uncertainty and open myself to the uncertainty. And
wonderful, wonderful. So there was a sense of looking forwards and not being anxious about what you're leaving behind, but still being aware of.
Yes.
So there's a release, an opening. Oh, wonderful. I can imagine where you're standing amongst your boxes and changes, or yeah, looking into the portal into the future. Is there one more option anybody want to share? Just a place where you were, some memory of that transition. Susan, a little bit. Thank you. Could you unmute, please? Susan?
Yes.
There you go.
Yeah,
Perfect.
you can hear me. Okay. I woke up on a gurney in the recovery room at the Hospital of Special Surgery, and I looked up. There was an x-ray hanging at my feet, and I looked at the x-ray and I realized that only part of my hip was there, and the rest was a ball of titanium where a bone had been before. I just had a hip replacement. And I was looking at both the finality of that, because when you cut off a bone inside the body, it's not coming back, and the fact that I had a new limb that was a mixture of things of titanium and bone. So
And
from the first
so
step,
it's
it was final, and it was also the first step on another journey. Very final, because when it's cut off, it's
yeah.
Yeah.
And there you were witnessing yourself. So
Yeah.
it was a little bit of a self-portrait. You
On
were
the
seeing.
x-ray, yeah, an internal portrait, yeah.
That's great. Perfect transition. Okay. David, could you share with us the painting? And Helen, let's go into this exploration of the painting. So it's Helen. There you go, Helen.
Hi, everybody. So, as you're probably all aware of the task at hand, I am going to hopefully lead you with some prompts as a group to explore this painting. Now, very practically, Holly, before we start, I can only see 6 people on the video Zoom call while I'm
If
looking at
if they raise their hand, and let's try this out. If they raise their hand, they should be we should see it on the top of the screen theoretically. But you can also put it into chat, and I'll keep track of that. Okay.
will you call people out to invite people to, because whatever way Heidi, yes, I see you there now. Great.
So your first prompt, Helen, get us started.
Okay, so we are looking at a painting, obviously reformatted as a digital image. It's also much smaller than it would be in reality. So taking those 2 facts into account, what I'd like to do is invite somebody to open up a conversation about what you notice in the painting.
Mm-hmm.
Did I see his hand?
Okay. So somebody says patterns.
Oh.
Heidi Upton says patterns.
Yeah. So anybody want to build on that?
Where do you see patterns? Heidi, do you want to come in and speak?
Okay. Great. I see a second. Sorry, I see a second input there. I saw lace on the corner of the sofa in the foreground. Somebody else.
So
Carmen was saying,
Allison, tell us a little bit more what you're seeing.
I'm seeing the lace on the sofa hanging down, and it feels to me different than the other patterns in the painting, and maybe of a different era than what I'm seeing in the rest of the painting.
Nice. And when you say different era, you mean a different time, a past time?
Could have, I mean, I'm thinking this is very personal, but grandparents, great grandmothers, and grandmothers who created lace doilies and tablecloths and things like that. Yeah.
The 2 of us are jumping in. If we hold that idea of the doily being, maybe representative of the past, other people are making observations about the decorative nature of the wallpaper. So Danae, I didn't catch who said that, but whoever brought that up, would they like to talk to that?
Say that again. We didn't understand what you're saying.
Sorry, in the chat. sorry, Rebecca Taylor, photographs on the wallpaper seemingly hung sideways. So Rebecca, would you like to talk a little bit about that?
Sure. I was just noticing how within the wallpaper there seem to be these embedded photographs that are the figure's kind of coloration is sort of a paler skin tone, and then sort of brightened patterns of the outfit and the hat sort of brought out, but it seems like within the wallpaper they are oriented sideways rather than kind of straight up and down as you would expect. And it creates kind of a strong juxtaposition with the larger black and white, either painting or photograph of the mother and child just to the right of it, which to me is very reminiscent of sort of Madonna images of Mary and baby Jesus, but through my upbringing.
Yes. And looking closely at that's interesting, picking up on that, somebody's picking up, Jennifer, on the color palette, the blocks of yellow in the foreground and the background. Maybe Jennifer, do you want to tease that out a little bit more?
Yes, hello. So I suppose it's framing it, but in a front back. By no means a visual artist, so my terminology, please excuse it. But definitely those yellows to the foreground and the back are so vibrant and big in comparison with all the intricate patterns, and then we've got them kind of more angular on the floor. That contrasts, maybe clashes with what's happening in the middle, like you're saying, them against the black and white of the photograph, against the maybe wallpaper, if we want to call it that panel. Like I really love it. And someone else I think commented on the table. Is it a table? Is it a piano? There's just so much every time you look.
Absolutely, yeah. And the ambiguity of that piece of furniture in the foreground. Is it functional or does it speak to it, suggest something other than what it might initially seem to be?
Another point somebody's making, Helen, is the picture on the far left side is gray and white, and it seems to be reminiscent of the room itself that we're looking at.
Yeah, it's like a room within a room, that kind of Trump Bill sort of suggestion.
Over here.
And its positioning, like on the right-hand side, as people have already pointed out, we have that very large Madonna and Child image, overlaid over question mark, is it wallpaper, or we to turn our head sideways to read the imagery. And then you have this rather abstract, and to pick up maybe on, I'm probably giving a bit of a hint here, and Holly will pull me back, but the grey painting suggests something transitional, I think, to take that theme.
That's
there.
wonderful. Carol mentioned something about the antimacassar on the couch reminds us of transitional objects and how evocative they are. That's Carol's comment.
Yes. Interesting. David, no crown. Can we invite you in to talk a little bit about that?
I'm just a guest here, but my eyes picked up on that kind of a pattern below the table. I don't really know what it relates to, but for me, it says no crown in the floor.
Beautiful. Right here.
You can actually read that, David. Wow.
So the questions and the ambiguities keep coming up. Oh, somebody noticed, Helen, the Nefertiti shadow on the back. Yeah.
Yes, that's you. Your surname is Cohen. I know. Sorry.
Bernard Cohen?
Bernard, yeah.
Can you tell us more about that, Bernard?
It's such an interesting picture. It just popped out. It really popped out at me. I see the layering that the artist has created, the open door to further rooms in the house or the flat. I read the panel as a screen. I love the illusion of the Madonna and Child. It's very, very beautiful. This could be the mother or the baby as an adult. It's very ambiguous. The collage likeness of this table in front of the sofas, I find curious. I don't, the other elements I can get, I'm not getting that one, but it fills a space, it serves that purpose.
Wow. That was interesting. So Jane is commenting and says it speaks to me of abandonment, this institutional look.
So
Can you tell us more about
Jane,
that, Jane?
It probably links back a little bit to what we were talking about, the fact that we have a history in this country of children being put into care, going into care, particularly back the way into industrial schools, being taken off their families. And my sense of this woman sitting there, she looks extremely sad. She looks abandoned. The child in the painting looks distraught. The building looks institutional, and it's me reading my history into the painting, which proves what a work of art can do. But I find it extremely sad.
It's literally upside down, his tail up. Yeah.
Does anybody have a different point of view? That's really insightful, Jane. Bringing yourself to the work of art is so Maxine.
Good.
But is there can somebody talk about the central figure and her sitting on the couch? Anybody want to comment on what they notice about that figure?
Hi, Holly and Helen. And hi, hello.
Yeah.
Hello. Yeah, we can hear.
Can you hear? Yeah, there's something like it's so disconcerting, the whole picture with patrons and lots of distractions. And in one way there's a peace, but there's a disturbance all the same. And I think that the lady to me, like she's elegant. We see her from the back. Her legs are kind of crossed. So she's looking towards the door. So it's kind of so interesting to wonder, what is she thinking? And why is she set up in that position? And what are the doors meaning? Why is she actually positioned with her back to us? And how the patrons clutter her serenity in one way.
Ruth?
So I would say she's sitting with a very good posture, expecting somebody coming through the door, because I usually slump when I'm on a couch. So it seems like she's very much awake, and even her feet and her legs, if we all did that position right now, it feels like you're ready to stand up and greet whoever's coming in. But her stance seems very much as if she's waiting.
Colin, if you could come in, because you had some comments just before Ruth.
Yeah, I just feel like there's a sort of legacy. The mother exists as an idea, and she's nowhere to be seen. So I'm kind of feeling a bit of that there's an emptiness in the house that the mother used to fill. So kind of a bit of grief and loss I'm feeling.
We're nearly there, Holly. Do you think we should start reviewing?
Yeah, we could continue. I'm going to drop contextual information, which is that this is a piece by a Nigerian artist named Njideka Ankuli Crosby, and it's entitled Mother and Child. And I'm wondering if the title engages you more deeply or makes you want to ask more questions or notice more things. We've mentioned about the Madonna and Child already, but then the question of maybe the loss of the mother or the looking forwards. Where is she looking? Interesting. Holmes says the mother exists only as an image and is now nowhere to be seen in this empty house. Any other sense of what she's looking at? Mark.
Yeah, for me, the back of her head reminds me of when I first saw this. Reminds me of Caspar David Friedrich, The Man in the Mist,
Yes.
where you see nature, vastness, and what's interesting with all those type of 19th century paintings is that nature goes outside the frame. It's so large, it's so vast that you only get a picture of it, and humanity is so small, while nature is so large, goes outside the possibility of seeing in one pane. And so for me, or even Andrew Wyeth, Christina's World, where her
Very
back
nice.
is
Yes.
turned and it's very
Yeah.
cinematic. She's looking to see what's going on. So this idea of you see what the image is, the artist has positioned us to see like the individual. Like in a film, we see the world through their eyes. And so in a sense, we're positioned in a similar way as the person in front of us is positioned to an opening. So I don't see distraught or a sense of loss. I see a sense of possibility of
No.
an advent, a sense of waiting, something about to occur, and yeah, it doesn't seem
That's great.
still or loss, but a sense of expectation and waiting.
Nice.
Yeah, and if I can, Holly, Rosie Alvin has, maybe you could talk. I think building on what you've just said, Mark, the way I think the kind of the use of imagery here, I think is significant. So Rosie, do you want to talk a little bit about what you observe?
Hi,
Rosie
everybody.
Galvin? Yeah.
Hi, everybody. Yeah, I could observe three collage, which I love it. The one on the floor, the one with the dress girl, and the other one in one of the walls with the Madonna picture. And the wallpaper has a image of a woman too. So contrasting with the other wall, plain wall, and the other room that it seems plain to. I mean, not with so much color and so much images. That's all. Thank you.
Wonderful. I'm going to move along. Just going to add something here, which is another image of that Nijitika made. This was done in 2019. And it turns out, I'll give you another contextual information. She was pregnant at the time and looking out, about to be moving out of her house into her new home in America. This is a separate piece. It's a different piece called Dwell Me We, and it's by the same artist, but similar. And I just wondered if you can see a little bit more about her collage technique here in the flooring and the walls, which we couldn't see quite as clearly in the other one, but similar. And I just wondered if you wanted to compare and contrast a little bit about what's different but the same about this piece. Amanda, do you want to give it a shot?
Sure. I was going to comment on what's interesting because what I was going to comment on tracking the direction of her gaze in the
Yeah.
other image and how she seemed to be by the position of her head kind of like in this 1,000-mile stare, like in this liminal space where she's very much her mind is elsewhere. But here we see her face, and again she's looking off. Her face is very evocative, and there seems to be some emotion on her face. And then there's all of these faces surrounding her on the floor and on the right side of, I guess that's a window, I'm not sure. And so it's just suggests to me like a flood of memory. And then again, she's looking somewhere out of the frame towards possibly a future.
With an empty chair next to her.
Yeah.
Something missing. Can we go back to the original one, David? David, can we take the slide back to, there we go. So the similar, it seems to be she's wearing the same dress. It's but I like the thought you had, Amanda, of going, looking her gaze. We can't see her face, but we can be inside her body almost. We can empathize with her posture. So as in terms of continuing with the, I'm going to do a slightly different activity, and anybody can join in. I'm going to ask you to only ask this picture or this artist questions. So instead of noticing, you put your noticings into the form of a question. Can you indulge me in that activity now? Anybody have a question that they have of this painting? And I think we've already come up with a number of them.
I think a number of people, Holly, have asked about her pose, you know, how she's holding her body.
So what would the question be?
Question is, why do you think she's holding her body in this particular pose?
Mm-hmm.
I know, I think Ruth said it, you know, it doesn't suggest somebody, as she said, slumping on a couch.
So to keep it in the form of a question, it's a practice I'm trying to develop with my students, which is to shape your observation into the form of a question. And I'm wondering if anybody has a question that they can add to this painting.
Why is her back to us?
Mm-hmm.
Why is her back to us, and why is she looking out the door?
Nice. Who are the people in the photographs, and are they related to her? Question.
Oh, questions are coming in now, Holly. I'll read some out. We have, what is the significance of the bowl in the next room? Does it hold anything?
Nice.
And then we have, what is beyond the yellow door? Is the figure's shadow a companion or a haunting ghost? Who opened that door? Interesting, yeah. And what is the meaning of the pattern on the wallpaper?
Mm-hmm.
What is in the wall pattern of sitting? Yeah.
Great. Great questions. So we don't ever come up with the answers. Maxine was pretty straightforward about not having us have any answers. However, contextual information is always helpful in helping us to ask more questions. So what we can tell by the research that was that we'd done, this indeed was her mother in the photograph, but that is her nephew. And indeed, her mother has recently died when she painted this painting. And she's also recently pregnant. So there's a lot of connection where she placed herself in relation, I would imagine. These are pictures of her mother, who was an activist. Dora Alkini is a revered civil servant who led Nigerian government efforts to prosecute counterfeit pharmaceuticals. So there's awards that she was given, and she's sort of literally in the wallpaper surrounding Ajitika. And then the door, apparently she was just about to leave her house in Nigeria and go to live in Los Angeles, where she continued her painting career. So those are some other contextual information that's taking us a little further inside the painting.
Another piece of contextual information, Holly, that I remember you and I were talking about this, is if you look at that wallpaper, there's the image of the painter's mother in a sort of like an emblematic way, surrounded by the oval frame. And then between that and the repeat pattern is a rooster. And there is, I was curious about the significance of the rooster. So I don't claim to know this in depth. I've just read recently that the rooster has a significant cultural meaning in Nigeria, particularly in the Benin Edo kingdom. And brass roosters adorned ancestral altars for queen mothers, symbolizing power, unique status, and sacrifice. Generally, across Nigerian groups, they represent new beginning, vigilance, masculinity, and spiritual protection, carrying on art and rituals. So for this, in discussing this painting with Holly earlier this week, the significance of her mother and her mother's how revered she was as a significant political figure. So hence the rooster symbolizing that, but also the transience or the transient nature of her beginning to start her new life in America, also symbolized by the rooster.
Right, okay. Which makes one think that this is so full of symbolism. And I'm just wondering, people have said to me before that the bowl sort of could symbolize something that's containing, as in the future. And to that matter, some people have said that it even is sort of like a womb containing an unknown. Some people have made that. So it's very, the name of the artist is Najidika. And then the Aquinelia Crosby. So if you look up Najidika is a way that you that you could find.
I'm going to put the name into the group chat now.
Okay, thank you.
You're talking, yeah.
So this is a painting that's quite large. I first saw it at the Metropolitan Museum of Art, and it's incredibly. I had the sorry, the size of it is 8 feet, I think, 10 feet. As a matter of fact, it's 10 feet high, and a little bit wider on the sides. But it's almost, if you stand next to it, you really are about coming to here. So you can really almost walk into this room and see the faces of cut up people in newspapers, in Nigerian newspapers, and even read some of the text if you are really up close to it. Thank you for the conversation. I think I just want to pull back a little bit and talk about the pedagogy and what you noticed about the pedagogy. And I'm going to put that back to you, as many of you are educators. Thank you, Helen, Najidika, and Kuli Crosby. Yes, she is a really brilliant artist, and many of her works are available on, you can find them. It's stunning. So to turn our attention a little bit to the aesthetic education practice that we were just taking a little bit of time sharing with you, and thank you, Helen, so much for guiding the noticing, as we call it.
Thanks everybody for participating. We couldn't do it without you.
It has to be participatory, and it never is this. Helen, what would you say was some of the comments that you were surprised at after you and I had spoken about it? Were there comments that surprised you, or?
Well, I think first of all, I think what I really liked was the balance, because I don't know everybody obviously who's in the room, the balance between people with really open questions who are just taking the painting at face value and not worrying about situating it in either its cultural history or art history. And then coupled with that was really timely interventions by people who I think have more knowledge perhaps about either this artist or artists like her, or indeed the history of art. So I really enjoyed how everybody had a space to express a response coming from whatever perspective you're bringing to the room. And I think a lot of people noticed what, I know, Holly, you've worked for the painting, so you kind of trialed it out on me when we did the rehearsal, but there was a lot of people who noticed things that I found quite puzzling and interesting at the same time. That led me off to read more about the artist herself, and where she's come from and the history. And I find it very interesting because just at the moment I'm following some international shifts and changes. And for those of you may know that the Tate in London is their director is stepping down, but one of the artists that she promoted during her period as director of the Tate is Najidika and Juliet Crosby. I'm terrible, I dip into the Crosby, but so it's interesting how somebody who it's not always that artists who are making work about really important periods get recognized by the art market. So it's great to see that happen.
I love that about a quarter of the way through, without me even asking, people started asking questions. And then I always know that something's happening where you're letting go and you're not just holding on to what you know, but you're opening yourself up to the unknown. Not quite sure. So a lot of times students are not comfortable not knowing or not having an answer. But if you create a space that doesn't seem like you're looking for an answer, gradually that openness comes through and that curiosity, and they want to know more. And the question of also when you bring in the contextual, so you might seed it a little bit. This was Nigerian, or this was the title, or something. You kind of seed it along because it's not, you're not, the point of this is to introduce a new artist and to new ways of seeing the world, but really about listening to each other and about discovering what there is to be noticed and helping people to lend their lives to the work of art. That's our goal. And eventually people do get curious and they want to know, who is this, and I want to see more. But if you start that way, especially with a sixth grader, they may not want to know who this artist is until you see, you sort of cultivate a hunger. But this is I think, as anybody who's practices, and I know some of you are here in the audience, it takes a long time to let go of your own expectations and let the conversation go where it wants to go. You have to just feel it a little bit like not exactly like herding cats, but like guiding guiding sheep. You want to make sure that you're keeping the conversation moving along, but you don't necessarily have one direction to go in. So there's a sort of discovery along the way, and as Helen just said, people notice things that you didn't notice before.
Jane, do you want to?
Yeah, Holly, I've seen you in action, as it were, in your classroom, and I was really blown away by the way the students actually enthusiastically engaged when you asked them. They were up before you even said stand up. Now, you said that had been a process from taking them from very, very reserved to where I saw them. So with this painting, where would you start with them?
I would start with an activity ahead of time, so you don't just plunge them into the deep end, but something activity with like that prompt about a time and a transition. Now that's me imposing a little bit, knowing something about Najitika's transition in her life she's going through, but that felt to me like a really important key idea. So I take that key idea and make an activity around it, and maybe I would do it physically. What did you look like before you walk through that door to your new house? Give me a sense of what it felt like. So they invested in it personally first. You might do it through poetry, you might do it through a drawing. And so by the time they've arrived at the painting, you've already got their attention on their focus. It's a focus, and they're sort of bringing themselves in it. So you have to invite themselves into the room first, and usually people like to be invited in. Amanda, do you want to add something to that experience, because you're about to go into your workshop too?
I'm sorry, I'm like caught up. But I'm just struck how each of these pieces are organically flowing into one another, and I'm sorry.
When you say what pieces, you mean
the
throughout the
idea
day?
throughout the day, yes.
Yes.
And just and in terms of this last workshop, I just noticed how you kind of you ask these open questions and they seem to seamlessly come about. But in a classroom with students, when you do this first time, there can be some deer in the headlights moments where you ask people, what do you see? And I think that the initial response might be this frozen, I'm afraid I'm going to say something wrong or something that doesn't sound very smart. And so then the gentle prodding about what do you notice about color, kind of helps bring these things out. So it's a sort of a dance when you're teaching, so that by the time you get to the point where the students just know when they're going to be asked to stand up and move, and it's organic.
And they get used to it. And this is not about knowing the facts. It's about so by the third class, I think you'd agree with me, Amanda, they start to get to the thing. But you have to pull yourself back and not seem like you're the authority. And you're just reminding them that you're teaching aesthetic education. You're not teaching them about this painting. That's a confusion for people. It's sort of a meta understanding of what are we doing here?
Yeah, and Mary makes a great point about leaving space for silence. And that's something that when I'm teaching teachers, I always say that, wait time is so important, and it can be so difficult. Like a few seconds can feel like hours, but you need to leave that space for the thoughts to come in.
And I got to thank Tere for starting us up with that amazing memory, because it's like you shared something about yourself that was very personal. I guess you feel comfortable with me and all of us, but that was really personal, and yet it was very hopeful. So there was that amazing sort of parallel experience that you brought in, and then Susan brought in that kind of amazing sort of self-awareness of my leg is different. This is a self-portrait, and a lot of people maybe wouldn't think of that as a self-portrait, but that's of her looking, reflecting on herself, reflecting on her life. Heidi.
I've been fighting bringing this up, but I can't help myself. There is an old Charlie the Peanuts cartoon. I don't know if everybody knows Charlie Brown and Lucy, and maybe not everybody all over the world knows it, but it's like Charlie Brown is this kind of, I don't know, not a very intellectual guy, and all these characters have different roles in the comic strip. And so this one, if you Google it, it's Charlie Peanuts, Charlie Brown, Duckies and Horsies. You could say that, and search for that, and there you will see the comic strip there. Putting on some light, where Linus and Lucy and Charlie Brown are lying on the side of the hill, and they're looking up at the clouds, and Lucy says, "Oh, you can see so many interesting things in clouds. What do you see, Linus?" And Linus says he sees the four horsemen of the apocalypse, and he sees the second coming, and he sees it like, "Oh, that's very interesting, Linus." And Charlie Brown, "What do you see?" And he says, "Well, I was going to say I see a ducky and a horsey, but I changed my mind." And it's very much like that, when everybody is saying what they see in this, and there might be people who don't see, who don't see that complicated thing,
No, that's a really good point. But it also may seem like it's not very sophisticated, but in a good classroom, as you know, that doesn't seem to be a problem. It's not like the better observer and the bad observer. It actually starts to blend with, they might just notice the yellow color. Let's talk about the yellow color.
It's so important to affirm whatever anybody.
Exactly, right. I want to thank Helen, because we're closing off this. And thank you, Heidi, for that great Peanuts moment. And thank you, Helen, for for our partnership. I hope it continues for many years to come.
Absolutely. Thank you.
And now I want to introduce and bring you forwards to the next workshop, which is more focusing on poetry again, and Amanda and her colleague or partner, Jane.
Thank you. Jane, did you want to start us?
Yes, I was going to start us off, and it's lovely, and thank you, Holly, and thank you, Helen. It's lovely to get time to do this. So we're now at the last workshop nearly, and this is and Amanda will lead this workshop, and its title is Excavating Hope in Challenging Times through Maxine Green's Poetic Imagination. So we're following a very clear line right through the day. And it's a pleasure to work with Amanda. And we discuss beavers and other things, among other things. So Amanda Nicole Gulla is a poet and an educator. She's Professor Emeritus of English Education at Lehman, a City University of New York, where she taught for 20 years, guided by Maxine's philosophy of aesthetic education and the social imagination. She is the author of the book Inquiry-Based Learning Through the Arts for Teachers Inquiry-Based Learning Through the Arts for Teachers and Teacher Educators, and the poetry chapbook, A Banner Year for Apples. I actually have Amanda's book and I still didn't got the title wrong. So, in addition to many other publications about aesthetic education, inquiry-based learning, and ekphrastic poetry. So, Amanda is going to lead us now in a piece around poetry. So, over to you, Amanda.
Thank you very much, Jane. And let me quickly ask David, am I able to share my screen?
If you'd like to, you can. Otherwise, I can share the slides I have. Do you prefer?
I would like to share because I think I might have added some in the wee hours last night.
Okay, you should be able to now.
Wonderful, thank you. So I'm going to share my screen, and I just want to thank Jane, who was very kind to host me at, and I got the wrong screen up, of course. Yes, to host me in Ireland, and we had a grand time talking about beavers and drinking maple spirits. And okay, so just my brain is so full, and as is my heart, and I think Maxine would be absolutely thrilled to see how we're all keeping her ideas alive. So continuing on that discussion about the poetic imagination begun by Carmel and Rachel, and Paula Meehan's notion of putting her enormous hunger for social justice into action and poetry as a political act, an act of resistance. And it's exactly our intention here, as Maxine said herself many times. Art does not change the world, but it changes people who can change the world. So with that in mind, we're going to dive right into workshop mode. So if you've got pen and paper available or the notes app on your phone or any way of writing, we're going to do a 1-minute quick write. And I just want to ask you to think about the word hope and what comes to mind when you think of the word hope. There are no wrong answers. You can don't worry about if it makes sense. Just any words, phrases, or images that come to mind when you think about hope. And I'm going to give you 1 minute. Okay, so hold on to that, but put it to the side for the moment. We're going to move ahead and we will come back to this. Oops. Sorry. Okay, so I just went the wrong direction. There we go. So I want to share a little bit about my own process because I'm going to use bits of some of my own poems and a poem of Colin Keegan's, who's here today. So during a time in which I wasn't feeling very hopeful in life, I wrote a poem called The Burn and the Regret. And I want to go back to many people have quoted Rebecca Solnit in her book Hope in the Dark. She talks about hope as the axe that you break down doors with in an emergency. And it just means another world might be possible, not promised, not guaranteed. Hope calls for action. Action is impossible without hope. So I was thinking of myself as a poet who must save the world with my poetry. And I wrote a poem called The Burn and the Regret. And I've performed this poem publicly a bunch of times, revising it each time. It's never been the same twice. And one of the revisions, I came up with a line, What is hope if not the answer to regret? Which led me to think about the idea of hope as a call to action and how a poem might be used not just to talk about hope, but to possibly light a spark of hope in others. Inspired by an anonymous quote seen at a rally somewhere, "But I'm only one person. What can I do?" said 300 million people. I shifted the end of the poem from a lament to a rallying cry. So this is the ending of that poem. And what is hope if not the answer to regret? Each day that we can lift our heads is a springtime of hope, a leap of faith, a prayer. So every day, let's lift up our heads, take each other's hands, and gather our voices in a choir. What if artists in all art forms, poets, musicians, playwrights, painters, could start by creating and sharing the art that illuminates the idea of hope and possibility? So, in preparing for this workshop, I was trying to find a poem that would embody hope, and I came across none other than Colm Keegan's poem, Here We Come, which I believe he wrote in collaboration with a group of students. And it uses such straightforward language to describe the powerful and yet fragile sense of hope with which many students write and approach higher education. And as you can see, I'm really bad at multitasking. I apologize for that. So I'm going to move on to the poem of the moment. And Jane, would you read it for us, please?
Certainly. Here We Come by Colm Keegan. Here we come from all directions, like leaves in the wind in autumn, lone motes in the ebb and flow of morning traffic. Hopping off buses, jumping out of our parents' cars, waving goodbye or just walking. Some talking to others, most not. This is the first day after all. We don't know anybody and we're trying to play it cool. Here's where it starts. Looking around at where we are or staring down at a map, a timetable, a mobile phone, drawn towards the same place with that name we've been savouring, repeating to our parents, our friends, to anyone who'll listen. This morning, we're going to college. College. Stepping into our new tomorrow, weighed down with backpacks, folders, tablets, laptops, coffees, bottled water. For some, that's plenty, maybe too much. For others, that's nothing, because we're carrying something else. Anxiety, or something bigger maybe. The hangover of a one-night stand gone wrong. An argument with a cheating lover. A recent death in the family. A problem with drink or drugs or both. Or maybe we've once been told that we're simply the wrong sex, the wrong religion, too old, the wrong colour, not fit enough, disabled in some way that didn't make the grade before. Maybe school just never felt right. Maybe this is our second try. Maybe that's keeping us back all the time, holding us down, like chains or anchors. Maybe we're here, but ready to bolt, ready to throw it all away. But we won't. Not yet. In our hearts, we've stowed away hope, humanity's oldest motivation. And like flames inside our rib cages, we hold our dreams, some almost extinguished, some undiscovered like distant stars. And all we ask from you is that you see this and give us a few things. Consistency, an environment that cares for our minds, our bodies, our souls. Somewhere to make friends, a system of mentors we can trust to turn up in both senses of the word, to look for what we can't see in ourselves. Experts who are out there, still learning themselves, eccentric, stern, passionate, always inspiring us to work harder than we want to, harder than we think we can. And if you want to know how hard it is for, just ask. The best of you always do. Give us these things and we all become part of the plan, a connected part of the whole, like the intricate parts of a watch but less separate. So much more than just one cog, more like the people who invented the watch itself, or tracked the sun through the sky, plotted the cosmos, or mapped the soft machinery of the human heart. Here we come from all directions, like leaves on the wind in autumn, students who want to stand as graduates, not just of a college, but of a way of being alive, a way of thinking, a way of believing that anyone can be the person they dream of being.
Thank you, Jane. I'm just going to turn us back for a moment to this section of the poem and we take a deep look at it. Maybe school just never felt right. Maybe this is our second try. Maybe that's keeping us back all the time, holding us down like chains or anchors. Maybe we're here but ready to bolt, ready to throw it all the way, but we won't, not yet. In our hearts, we've stowed away hope, humanity's oldest motivation. And like flames inside our rib cages, we hold our dreams, some almost extinguished, some undiscovered like distant stars. And all we ask from you is that you see this and give us a few things. I'd like us to just sort of zoom in on what is happening here in the rest of the poem, certainly, but also in this section, the embodiment, the physicality of it. What do you notice here? What stands out to you? I'm going to invite you to put some comments in the chat, or if people want to speak. Let's take a moment for that. So Jane, if you can, I unfortunately can't see the chat because I've got the slideshow up.
Uncertainty is coming through. And someone, Carmel, quoted, "Some undiscovered, like distant stars."
Okay.
I think the idea of hope as our oldest motivation is an amazing concept and again fits completely with the day, I think, Amanda. Not giving up hope, desire for success of the experience. Susan says the past experience is a log fallen across the path. And Anne says vulnerability. Marcus said hope is fragile and easily extinguished.
I love the contrast between the oldest motivation and holding inside our rib cage. So it's kind of something that's innate to all of us, and yet also undiscovered like distant stars. So it's there, but sometimes yet to be discovered.
And Rachel has said, being full of hope, it is only stowed away in inverted commas. So there is a cynicism and a fear. And Carol says, hope must be held like a child.
Oh, that's wonderful. Yes. And, we often think of hope as it's often expressed as this tiny flame that needs to be nurtured, or it can so easily be blown out. Okay.
I found when I was reading it, was getting quite emotional. Which is interesting, I think. I found that I'd had that very much, that response, opening the empathic vein, as Carmel mentioned earlier.
That's an interesting point about the embodied experience of reading a poem aloud and how it kind of affects you at a different level than just reading it off the page silently.
Hope is powerful, but also delicate and fragile. It's ambiguous. Hope is like trust. I love this poem, lovely, and thank you, Heidi. She liked the reading.
You did a wonderful job. Thank you. And yes, and it just feels like it captures something really fundamental and as in terms of capturing the experience of students coming into school who may appear to be, all excited and ready to go, but there's this tenderness, this vulnerability, and this beautiful, delicate little hope inside of so many of them that is not necessarily visible until. But then there's that it's that give us a few things is an invitation,
Yep.
and he really lays out what students need.
Yeah, Heidi has said, as a teacher of first-year college students, I just sent it to my colleagues who also teach them.
Wonderful. Yeah, actually, I've been asked to teach a course in transformative justice this semester, and I plan on starting the semester with this poem. So, with that in mind, we're going to do a bit of writing of our own, and we're going to give you about 10 minutes. And when I'm going to stop screen sharing so that I can actually drop a Word document of the full text of the poem into the chat so that you can open that up and have a chance to read the whole thing. You can write in dialogue with the poem. You can pull any images or language from it. Or if you feel more comfortable going off in a completely different direction, please ride that horse that calls to you. And I'll give you a warning when we've got 1 minute left, just so you can sort of know to wrap up. All right, so I'm going to stop sharing for the moment. And the poem is, oops. Okay. So go ahead and write, and it's going to take me a second to get the poem into the chat because mechanics. Okay.
Janet has said as a teacher to remain open to my students' hope, however slight.
It's wonderful. Okay, here it is. Okay, I actually, yes, that, right. I will put up directions. Okay. So yes, really, sorry, let me get to the directions. Here we go. I knew I had them. There we are. So the instruction is to write your own poem about hope. You can respond to columns, here we come, and you may wish to incorporate any of that language, write a dialogue with that poem, or go off in a completely different direction if you choose that. But you also may want to remember that writing we did in the very beginning. You might want to refer back to that. So I didn't mention we would have a chance to come back to that. So if you want to start with your own initial thoughts about hope and go on from there, please do. have a minute to finish. Okay. Now, if anyone would like to share a bit of what they've written or comment on the experience, and Jane can call on you because, again, I can't see the chat. Jane, you're mute.
Sorry, excuse me. Mark has a very interesting comment here. I might like to speak to it. I have always viewed hope through the lens of faith. And then Michael might like to has actually put a poem in. He might like to yeah. So maybe Mark first and then Michael.
Sure. Yeah. Yeah. No, I grew up in a very religious home. My mom's side is Jewish, and my father's side was Seventh-day Adventist. And so, and my godparents were Jewish, and so my life was always filled with ideas of, of the unknown, materialized in ideas of rituals and other things. And my own work, I focus on 19th century Romanticism and the materiality of the unknown or the uncanny. And I always found this idea of hope a revolutionary moment where you do not accept what's in front of you because you believe something else is there. You hope, you imagine something can be address what you did not see. And so it's like faith in that sense, perhaps the substance of things hoped for, the evidence of things not seen. That was written by Paul in one of his letters in the Bible. So for me, it's always been something very mystical, perhaps leading one to articulating directly the unknown.
So really, that's one incredible thought about the sources of hope, because I hadn't really thought about faith and religion as a source of hope, but it certainly is. Because one of my questions I wrote was, where does hope come from? So thank you for that.
The idea of hope as mystical is really very interesting because it illuminates another aspect of hope, doesn't it? Michael has put a poem into the chat. Do you want to read that, Michael, or speak to it?
Thank
Michael?
you.
Yeah.
Yes. This poem really moved me, and reading from the perspective of the students coming to us and what they're bringing to us, and it made me realize that hope is a choice. Hope is a choice of actions that we take. And so I started to respond to that poem thought from my perspective. If you don't mind, I'll read it. Here they come. It is inevitable. They are coming just as we came once ourselves. How do we receive them? Do we guide them, mentor them, or do we pound them down, reject them? Do we show them the possibilities of life or the limitations? Do we present obstacles as insurmountable or offer strategies for overcoming them? How do we help them make a better world so that one day they are ready to accept the new ones yet to come? And it just made me thought the one thing that is inevitable is that passage of time, and that I once was a student and now I am mentoring other students. And how will I prepare them so that they can mentor those in the future?
I love
Thanks,
that.
Mike. Sorry, Amanda. Go ahead.
No,
Yeah.
it's just I love the idea of continuity of about thinking about your next generation of students as being the ones who will mentor the generation after them. Go ahead, Jane.
No, Heidi has a poem in as well. So maybe you'd like to read that, Heidi?
Would you read it, Jane?
Me? Oh, okay. Thank you. I draw the short straw. I had to read Colin Keegan's poem and he's on the call. Okay, 1 second. I'm hoping for the best, avoiding what I already know. It's possible that it won't happen again. I'm hoping for the best, remembering the kind looks of strangers who don't have to be nice. After all, we are together in this, aren't we together? Not out to get, but out to find. So I'm leaning forward into the next step, hoping that the world catches me this time. Lovely.
Thank you. You read it so well. I really loved to hear you read. My God.
I'm available. Carmel, you were saying here I will share?
Short poem that I wrote so I can share it. Okay, so floor 4, room 28. I see her in her light blue silk nightgown, her patterned pajamas with hearts on it. She wears the fluffy slippers I gave her. In this shimmering blue aura, her small and delicate face is fading, her small hands moving towards us and reaching out. Where is hope now?
Lovely.
And
Thank you, Carmel.
Yes, thank you. I figured out how to see the chat, and I'm so glad I did because now I see Sarah's amazing drawing.
Yeah, yeah. And Susan has a poem. Susan Thomason has a poem as well that she can read.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, my poem is Putting Hope in Nature. Smoke ascending, reaching open palms to possibilities. Fog curling into crevices where nothing, not even the most ordinary insect, has journeyed in a long time. Hope has flowed into the mass of leaves, sticks, and detritus as it followed the stream and stuck in an in-between of logs and rocks. Will it stay, vibrating to the rhythm of the water, or will it come unstuck and follow the current out of sight where it might be needed? Ooh, watch, listen.
That's almost quivering with possibility.
Would it be possible for us to look at that drawing? I think if you click on it, it gets big. It's so interesting because it seems hope is a
There it
dynamic.
is. Isn't it gorgeous? Yeah.
It's a dynamic thing, and it has little resting spots with where the words are, but
I'd be happy to jump in and
please, Sarah. Yes.
Yeah, I'm not poetry and language is something that I would struggle with, and I was kind of taken by today of the constant reference of Paulo Freire, who has, I suppose, cemented a lot of my education, but I'm curious about the limitations of language, the limitations of dialogue for justice, for democracy, in that I'm really interested in Bell Hooks and her kind of next step past Frere is that it's messy. You know, hope is it's spiraling, it's in knots, and it's messy, and it involves all people. So the first piece that I wrote was that hope is a coming together of all peoples in action against oppression and justice to share in the delights of what it means to be human. And I think what I really love about Hooks and about Maxine as well is they don't shy away from the messiness. I think sometimes for me personally, in my readings of Frere, it's it doesn't quite capture the embodied process, I think, in the way that we've been talking about the arts today. So that was my more visual take, that we can't be maybe too, I don't, for lack of a better word, I wouldn't say optimistic, but I'm sorry, I'm struggling to express myself, but this is why I have visuals. Um, that maybe sometimes it's naive to think that we can reach we can reach democracy through harmony, that we have to acknowledge the messiness in what we do as educators, and including voices other than our own, and how we do that. And it's a messy process.
Thank you, Sarah, for reminding us of different modalities of learning, of both taking in information and expressing our those what happens in those transactions with imagery. And so often I think of students who struggle to read, but are really capable of deep and thoughtful engagement with ideas if we kind of remove that obstacle. So maybe beginning with a visual, and that might get them eventually to the kind of language-based discussion, or not, but at least you're expressing ideas, and you do have sort of language anchors in your drawing. So it's
Yeah,
by
and Mary has just said what you said, I think, both how we, from a Western educational perspective, often see language as being words, but language can be so much more than the written word. So we're talking about literacies and language, us being in one sense made of language, but also how that can limit us. So I think lots of, it's a sobering thought.
And the body's language, I'll just jump in and say, is what I think is often lacking from discourse.
Yeah.
All right, I didn't mean to take that away. There we go. Okay. All right, thank you so much for that. It seems like there is a little bit of a process discussion that came in here with people talking about recognizing the needs of your students and how you might even use this poem. I see there's more comments in the chat, though. Okay.
Holly had agreed about the body's language, and I was actually thinking that in relation to Holly. Would you have anything to say on that, Holly?
Just that was exactly. I used to love writing poetry, but I had a really difficult time writing and speaking in the third grade, and I discovered dance, and dance was my way of writing. So for me, I found words through writing for dancing.
So are you actually saying that the physical movement kind of led you to language?
Language was deep in my head, but it wasn't coming out my mouth.
And Susan read her poem, but no, we didn't really talk about it. And I was thinking that I know that Susan is a dancer, and that it seemed that her words she chose were like, I could see her dancing that poem.
Susan, do you want to address?
Well, it is very active now that I look at it. There is a flow, actually. There is a flow of so it has a spatial dimension in my imagination. In the air inside maybe a closed space, a crevice, and on the top of a stream. So it has I can picture it and sort of feel it with kinesthetically, I can feel it.
Yes.
So flow and vibration and curving and so.
And also, Susan, it felt to me like you were doing exactly what Maxine was talking about in the video, where you created a metaphor for a visual metaphor for the idea of hope, and it was very physical as well. And those metaphors are really helpful in terms of allowing us to have an embodied understanding of what might otherwise be abstract ideas. I mean,
Yeah, that's interesting that because that idea of feeling embodiment in something that's actually written in words, right, is kind of interesting right there. It would seem to be contradictory in a way, but possible.
I'm thinking about how much Maxine, who was not a dancer, understood something deeply about dance and referred to it so often. She had a real understanding of embodied metaphor.
She did. You're right. I think she could see this. She could imagine this too, and movement. Yeah.
Maxine,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
One of the first things that I remember of Maxine in one of his videos is that she started learning the world through the body. Just to put that.
As we all do, really, in our infancy. And then Jane's comment, the body's language is often lacking from discourse. In fact, it's really the opposite of being privileged. It's, often disciplined, sit still. And we're taught in school, and which is ridiculous for children. But because we do experience the world through our bodies, but there's so much more that we can learn when we bring in different modalities.
Amanda, let me just say this. Ken Robinson, in his famous TED Talk about creativity, says that in one point he says that college professors think of their bodies as just vehicles to get them from one meeting to another.
So true. And I often tell my students, English teachers think we exist only from the neck up.
We could have a very long, involved discussion about Descartes, but we won't because there's the source of our problem. So let us just say, you shouldn't have done that. Very bad. You go into the bold corner.
John O'Donoghue, the poet, he said that he had a Descartes joke that Descartes walked into a bar and had a drink, and the bartender came over and said, "Do you want another?" He said, "I think not," and disappeared.
Yeah. When I started college, almost my first couple of weeks, I was in the library and I saw this quote on the desk: "Cogito ergo sum, dash cogito." I think, therefore I am. I think, and I was a raw first year. I thought it was great,
So this is great. So just in kind of summing up, unless anybody else wants to share their poem, I'm wondering if people have comments that they want to make about the link between hope and imagination. I mean, I could say a lot, but
Do share some thoughts, Amanda. It would be good because we're coming to the end. Yeah.
Okay, sure. I was just, wanted to issue that invitation. Just for me, the link between hope and imagination is just that in order to have hope, one must be able to imagine things as if they could be otherwise. And hopelessness is a resignation to the belief that no matter what you do, change is not possible. So imagination is absolutely essential to imagine those lovelier worlds that we might work towards. And if we think about hope as rather as our desire as a destination, hope is kind of the map that can get us there. So along those lines, I wanted to share a little epigram, probably the shortest poem I've ever written. Oh, and thank you for that. An empty space where you can imagine millions of possibilities. That's beautiful. Thank you, Rosie. So Love the ground. Love the ground on which you stand. Find what glitters amid the dust. But most of all, love the dust. So, acknowledging and back to that wonderful insights by the Irish panel talking about reckoning with your history is an essential part of imagining a better future. If we don't acknowledge where we've been and where we are standing now, then we can't really move forward to a better world.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I love that. I love that affirmation, Amanda. As I said to you before, love the dust. I think is just so absolutely positive and brilliant.
Thank
So
you.
I think we're finished.
Thank you both. Bravo. Bravo. It was a brilliant journey. And it gave us all that time to go inside ourselves and share something very personal afterwards. Such a meaningful day. In summary, yay! We have a real treat here because Colm Keegan is our sort of end of day bookend. And he has been referenced earlier, but we have yet to meet him. Colm is an award-winning Dublin poet, an acclaimed playwright, and one of Ireland's leading writing facilitators, empowering new voices and inspiring creativity for individuals and organizations through Ireland. He is also shortlisted 4 times for the Hennessy Award for both poetry and fiction. And he, among many awards, he was also a winner of the All Ireland Poetry Slam. His poetry collections appear in various print outlets, and we are very honored to have him here today. Hello, Colm.
Hey.
Because he's going to do a real treat for us, which is to extemporaneously give us a poem that he's been cogitating and creating throughout the day so that we can reflect back with his insights and words, his poetry. So we're eager to hear your voice, Colm, and welcome.
Yep, thanks very much, Holly. I cannot see myself, which sounds very poetic in a way, but I don't know.
We see you.
Yeah, okay, good. So oh yeah, there I am.
There you
Yeah,
are.
I was a little bit concerned about the quality of the background, and the camera doesn't seem to be as good as I would have liked either. So apologies for the quality of the connection, but you can hear me okay?
Yes, indeed.
Yeah, brilliant. So this is my second time to kind of bear witness in this way. And I found myself very worried about the scale of the task and I thought of AI and I thought of the role AI plays in aggregating so many ideas. But the thing that really came up today in the AI thing is that like we are nothing without our intuition and our ability to feel the world. So whatever AI can do, it cannot feel what we felt today. And I stand here authentically sharing what I felt today. So I'd like to say thanks to Jane for inviting me along. And I won't keep you too long. I'll just share this poem now. So I'm just going to throw it up on the screen so we can see it. And again, the thing is, like, there was something very, like Maxine's words are so strong, and I'm trying for as often as I could, or when I could, in my notes, I was trying to quote her. So, and it started with that idea of the image of her speaking about the windows. So yeah, and this is so far untitled. So yeah, Maxine in an old clip saying that the windows were empty and tragic in their emptiness. And that was just after the hack, a bad actor derailing our actions. The freedom to see what we want, literally stolen from us. We must start with what we don't want to know. What exists is unendurable. This is the harsh reality Freire said we must accept. And here we find a place where we can transform it. Can we bring light to the dark? Ask the stars. Or ask Maxine in the alley. Or ask the teachers who stand long in their most impossible task. Shinko said, translation notes are bridges, and words hold charges like electrified objects or explosives. Light the right fuse, and I am not yet becomes. Choose the aesthetic over the anesthetic experience, or another way to say it, wake up. Translation is always impossible, but in these rejecting times, we find a redirecting moment. Language carries code. Render the movement of meaning. Maxine's truth is being carried over into Spanish, French, Korean, Japanese. Local narratives challenging the oppression of global reality. The glacier is retreating now, and everywhere is Greenland. You can't send a representative to take the brunt of what you're feeling. Back to the alley and Carol, Maxine between the boulevards. The rats would come out of the shadows in the streets that were the darkest. Her eyes like glinting starlight. We can remake the way we see. Arguments come to conclusions, she said. Works of art do not. I am da, da, da. In the subjunction, truly alive. The real key to truly understand is an unmade up mind. Experience itself is the aesthetic inspiration. Ask the hammer, it will tell you it's nothing without the nail. Only through experiencing the lesson ourselves can we truly educate. We become the feeling. We're the transformation. Hope is a thing we do for the young who will inherit all of this. Through art, the necessity of the world to which they are entitled. For them, we open the empathic vein. There's no point in sending AI down the rabbit hole. We have to do it, armed with the torchlight of meaning to make experience new. Things can indeed be otherwise than what they are, somehow better than they are. The boy with the broken back returned with flowers in his hands, and one small white petal flower for each and every black-robed man. Sometimes we see duckies and horses, and then sometimes we change our minds. We stand beyond definition, seeking out what's hard to find. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Colm. Wow, that was very powerful. Just to reflect on the day as you went through it, pointing out certain memorable phrases and images. I wonder if other people have comments for Colm. You see the reactions. Wow.
This is normally a part where I just walk off stage, so I don't get to see any reaction, So this is slightly uncomfortable, but yeah, very welcome. Thank you.
Amazing,
That made
Colm.
me wanna cry.
Amazing.
Is to pull it all together while you're watching and make sense of it and make a poem out of it. I saw you do it in June and you did it again today. And I thank you so much. It was stupendous.
Your
you hit
attention
it,
and your
yeah.
focus is beautiful.
You hit it, Colm. Hope is a thing we do for the young.
Yeah,
And
it's
we're
easy to forget in all of the ideology and the theory, what it's all about, And I found myself coming back to that and coming back to Charlie, that beautiful image was just Charlie, afraid to admit what he saw.
Yeah.
Mm. Mm. Oh, that makes brings it home for me. It really is. It's such a
Amazing.
large sort of arms around the day. I feel embraced by you. Thank you.
Yeah, well, I'll make that available to everybody. I can send it to you
If
after today. So,
Please do.
if
yeah, we
you
can have
could,
it.
and in the chat, I actually wrote it to Rebecca, and we're obviously not using Padlet, but if you could share your references, your resources, materials, events coming up. I know Terry has one and Pablo have one in April. If you can mail them, we can add it to the list. I've already begun with references from what you saw today, and then we can send it out to you. That would be so helpful.
Yes,
And
thank you very much.
Allison just put up her email again.
Great. So this is the time of day. Mark, you're looking very, very thoughtful. This is the time of day where we can open up to comments, responses from you, and sort of find some sort of closure. And it's been a long but brilliant, moving day. And Maxine would have been absolutely thrilled. So she's here with us too.
I echo that. And we can go back and circle back. Don't forget what we've seen in terms of Michelle's keynote, the translators, phenomenology and technology, or AI, I should say, the Irish panel, the different interludes we saw, the workshop of guided noticing around works of art with Helen and Holly, and the workshop of AE as a reflective practice with Amanda and Jane, and of course, Colm's poem. So let's just open it up to all of you. It's a nice, small enough group so we can see you if you raise your hand, or you could just speak up and you have the floor.
We want to hear your voice.
We do. And this is also the step towards the next time we meet, either as smaller groups or as another conference like this.
We'd be really interested to know what other extenuations we would have after this, a salon around certain topics is something. We would be really helpful to hear your guidance on that, where you'd like to go next. I think Ruth already mentioned that she felt like this could be a kind of a publication. There's a lot of wonderful things that came out of the today.
Would people be interested in supporting that or writing something for it, that we would publish the proceedings and then we could also have time for other reflections within it? Yeah. Okay. And if you want to work on it, just email me.
I want to say thank you for all the Maxine Greene Institute conference organizers and presenters and participants. And it was an amazing day to remind of the importance of imagination. And thank you so much.
Thank you. Sungho, I'm putting you on the committee with me to do the proceedings, okay?
All right, sounds good.
Are there any other thoughts? Ahmet, I meant to say hello to you from Turkey. I just wanted to say hello. I won't put you on the spot, but you're free to tell us whatever responses you have.
Firstly, I should thank you for your kind invitation. I'm a PhD student in Turkey. I'm now focusing on Maxine Greene's thoughts related with existentialist teacher. And this conference was so rich for me. I have taken many notes. Thank you for effort. And nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. We're eager to hear more about your work if you're willing to share it when the time comes.
Yes, I would like to.
Thank you. There was a gentleman actually from Iran, a professor in Iran in Tehran University, that wanted to join us, but obviously has been not able to.
Yeah.
But maybe we'll track him down. Maxine is all around the world. We were connected with about 47 different countries that have contacted us over the years to ask us more. And it just surprises me how many are in small little areas around the world. And it's just granted, Ireland and Australia and Canada are probably the most, but it's amazing to me how tiny countries in Africa contact us sometimes. So more translations, I think, is in order, and more opportunities like this to investigate her work. And it's it takes, I don't want to use the word takes a village, but it takes communication and dialogue. That's what she would have wanted. That's what she encouraged us to do, was to be in her apartment on Fifth Avenue in a salon and talk about works of art and share ideas. There was no end in sight. Any other thoughts? Janet, so nice to see you.
I'm so happy to see everybody. It's been a really moving day, and I thank everyone. I've been quiet this day for a number of reasons, but it doesn't mean that I'm not fully engaged, and so grateful for everything that people are thinking and working on and willing to share. So I certainly want to be a part of that. And I'm talking to you from Brazil, which is a large country, and pretty much in the midst of the tensions, the current political tensions. And so I'm learning a lot every day about all of that and how to think about it. And I think of Maxine sort of being by my side as I'm attempting to learn Portuguese. Oh my goodness, which is a big challenge. But not just that; it's the political tensions right now are greatly affecting all of us. And I'm learning every day about what Brazilians are most worried about in terms of borders and invasions and what it was like to live under a dictatorship. Getting firsthand reports about that. So it's terrifying, frankly, in terms of where we are. So today, just invoked Maxine so strongly that I just am convinced she's with us. She's with us, and we can't ever forget that. So thank you everyone for everything you're doing to keep all of this alive. Yeah, to keep hope alive.
Thank you, Janet. Good luck down there. Amanda, you have your hand up.
Yes, thank you. And actually, thank you for that, Janet, because I was just thinking about how amazing it is that Maxine is still changing the world. And during all the discussion, and inevitably, Obama's audacity of hope came to me. And I was thinking about when we were first in the early stages of planning the conference, and there was a little discussion about, dare we be political? Should we be as neutral as possible? And I think the more we moved forward, the more we realized that it was necessary to just sort of give people the freedom to speak as openly as possible, because hope does require courage and audacity. And it's hard to talk about hope when you're inside a tiny little box of minding your P's and Q's. So I'm really encouraged to see the bravery here today and the yearning for imagining better worlds.
Thank you, Amanda. Michael?
Just want to say thank you, everyone, for organizing the conference and being a part of it. And it's really inspired me just listening to everyone today. I think this work is more important than ever before, given the attempt to centralize AI in combination with the authoritarian turn. There is real attempts to limit possibilities and to control and close off, and offering the ability to imagine possibilities through imagination, through aesthetics. I think is more important than ever, and engaging people to be reflective about their experiences as opposed to letting the AI think for them. I think is more important than ever before. So thank you, everyone, for your work on that.
Thank you, Michael, for joining the family.
Yes, Michael, actually, when we had the precursor to our international conference, we had the I4 conference, and Michael presented then. So you've been in the family for a bit.
And Terry.
I just want to thank everybody, thank the Maxine Green Institute for all the courage and the input to keep Maxine's thought, think, or way of living alive. And I think that the more I share and have a conversation about Maxine, the more questions pop into my mind and the more curiosity just to go deeper and deeper and deeper. And that is one of the reasons why at Mexico and for all the Spanish speaking community, we are doing a seminar. We've done it last year on the 24th. We will do it in alliance with the Maxine Green Institute. We are going to be doing it on this year, starting on April. So I think the more, and it's several months going on for the seminar. It's not only one getting together, but and talking, but it's a long period. So I just thank for the opportunity of learning more about Maxine and having all these inputs. And I'm just overwhelmed of all the things that all the things that have happened today. Thank you very much for allowing us to be part of the family and for all of you to be part of this family.
Well, you're not just a part of the family. Ireland and Mexico at this point are our arms and legs. My heroes over the time planning this have been the translators. I adore all of you, and Colm, you're absolutely amazing. But the translators blew me away because they spent 2 years translating her books. This is a phenomenon that they struggled and discovered so much and just turned her words into so that other people could understand them. I'm so impressed with you translators. So more power to you. And of course, thank you, David, for
Yes.
getting us out of the woods and into the pasture. And just a really moving day. I'm open to anybody jumping in, but I do want to make sure that the thanks go to the team that helped us together, not to mention our board, Maxine Green Institute, but the team that put this together was dedicated, and we had a lot of backing and forthing. So I think we can all take a little break now. But I'm totally curious to know, seriously, suggestions you feel going forwards about conversations that you want to go more deeply into. What kinds of conversations would that be?
And you can, yeah, let me just say, and if you don't want to say it, please write to us and tell us, because we really want to listen to you and follow that. You have a lot to say.
Jane.
I think the translation in all its forms. And I'm even thinking of the different art forms, because you had a very interesting comment, Susan, at one stage when we back in the translation session again. So I think translation could give us a very good jumping off point, because we don't always even speak the same language when we're speaking the same language. Okay, so I think that would be a wonderful place to actually think about a very rich place for us to think about jumping off. So that's my suggestion. I also just want to say thanks to everybody for coming, but also thanks to the team, and particularly to the people who did such a huge amount of work to make today happen, and to the tech people, to Ruth and Holly for kind of, well, emceeing us basically. It's been a pleasure to work with my own colleagues from Ireland. We have cemented our relationship, let me say, through this process, and that's been really good. But it's also a real pleasure to work with you, Amanda, because I hadn't had that chance before as well. And I just wanted to share, Terry, I thought what you had to say earlier was so brave. And when Michelle mentioned that Maxine thought about her place as a transnational salon. This is a transnational salon, and she spoke about being with Maxine when she died, and I was with my father, and exactly the same thing happened. As he died, he saw, and I'm sure it was my mother, and I had no problem believing that it was my mother that he saw. And 2 years ago, I was with a friend of mine, a writer, who died, and I was in the same room. And it's about the uncanny and about the unknowable and about what we don't know. And I'm thinking of Shakespeare's "There are more things in heaven and earth, Horatio, than are written of in your philosophies." I was in the room as Larry died, and I was his wife, and Monica and his daughter were there, and I was looking after his granddaughter at the back of the room. And as Larry left us, the child became absolutely still. She looked over, and I'm absolutely certain she was in communication with Larry's spirit at that moment. I have no problem. Now, maybe I have a very vivid imagination, but I share these because I think, some people have shared very personal things, but I think these are the things that help us to know that our imaginations are key to us surviving as human beings. So thank you for cementing that for us today. I really appreciate it.
Jane, can I just ask you, in the Irish culture, are the ancestors because I'm thinking about the poet John O'Donohue again, and when he says, "May the protection of the ancestors be with you," and I know that the cloud of is that a Catholic thing, or is that an Irish Celtic thing, or am I right that there's some kind of connection there with?
I would ask my colleagues maybe to answer that, but I think that goes back way back beyond the Catholic thing. That's yeah. Sorry?
Yeah, I think it's pre-Catholic.
It's pre-Catholic, yeah.
And I think it's also, a lot of things have been lost with, like so many cultures, with urbanization and globalization. But what's been happening, which very slowly but incrementally over the last 30 years, is like a rediscovery and re-celebration of the Irish as Irish or as Celts. And one of them, to go back to the theme of this conference, which is the revival of the Irish language. So it's coming out from under the cloud of nationalism and the War of Independence, and now being appreciated for the meaning it holds. But Carmel and Rachel, you're two literature people, so you could speak probably far more eloquently than me on that.
No, but Helen and Jane and Heidi, who asked the question, absolutely, Jan O'Donoghue, I was very much kind of connected to the mythical and mystical and the idea of our Celtic heritage, which kind of was very close to nature. And I mean, he's one writer that's extremely hopeful. And I often find it very sad that he died very early because as a philosopher, he had so much to offer. But I'm sure if we have another sort of gathering or a community gathering, that John O'Donoghue could have a place because of his kind of interest in the hopefulness of life and being.
Thank you.
I think we're coming to a close. It's been a long.
I think Rosie had wanted to say something.
She said she wrote something over here.
Rosie? She did, but her hand was up for a bit.
I don't see it.
Okay.
Hi.
Oh, hello, Rosie.
Hi.
There she is.
Yes. Well, I would like to thanks for this wonderful conference. And first, I am a student, I am a learner at IMASE, Mexico, and this event has been amazing, listening your investigations, your experience. Before 2025, I didn't know much about aesthetic education. My introduction through Ms. Quintanilla's guidance has been the best beginning to exploring this fascinating world. Aesthetic education with Maxine Green philosophy. Thank you to all of you for sharing all your knowledge.
Oh, we've just begun.
Gracias, Rosie.
Thank you, Rosie. Right. It does take courage and community. If we're thinking we're done, Ruth, we
Yeah,
look forward to hearing from you all. I think we're going to reach out and let you know about this recording is going to be posted on our Maxine Green YouTube in a bit, and we'll have references available and also the
yeah.
what else am I missing?
No, anything, events, if you have resources, materials, even just ideas to share, we can put that together because we want to continue conversations in small groups and then in larger groups like this. We want to reach out to people in other countries as well so that they can join us as well. And David is screen sharing. Are you going for the Padlet? No. Ah, there it is. Um, and we're going to collect all your information and make it available to you and send it back. So make sure you give us the best contact number to reach.
In terms of my email, it's Allison.Lanerquam.
Oh,
I'll put it in the chat.
would you?
Yeah.
I don't, David, can you put a period in between her name? Sorry, that was my mistake.
And then it's lehman.cuny.edu. So
Lots
there
of
it
dots.
is.
There it is. It's in the chat now. Yeah.
Okay.
So Allison is on our board and acts as our librarian. And if you visit our library on our website, it's absolutely rich. So don't forget to check that out. Thank you. Thank you, bottom of my heart, Allison, for your work. I'm sorry the Padlet didn't work out. It was a brilliant thing, but we did just fine.
I just want to thank this incredible community, and I'm so excited to see what we all do next because I feel like there's so much hope and possibility moving forward.
Yeah.
Agreed. Absolutely. So think of next steps, and if you have an idea for a mini conference or just a salon as Maxine used to do, let us know. You could write to any of us.
Yeah. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Good
We'll
night.
stay on for a few minutes if people want to chat privately.
See you soon.
Thank you
See
so
you
much.
soon. Thank you. Thank you.
Gracias.
Go have a good lunch.
Long
dinner.
Or dinner.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.